Stimați colegi, dragi oaspeți, bună dimineața și bine ați revenit la conferința Resurse Umane organizată de Camera Americană de Comerț, conferință anuală internațională. Ne bucurăm să continuăm lucrările astăzi cu alți speakeri interesanți. Dacă vă amintiți, ieri am început cu strategia de adaptare a practicilor resurselor umane la realitățile de astăzi, cu provocările pe care le-am trăit și le continuăm să le trăim în continuare cu toții. Am vorbit despre managementul performanței și anume revizuirea tuturor proceselor, recentrarea de pe rezultate pe termen scurt, pe rezultate pe termen lung și pe oameni. Da? Și astăzi continuăm cu un panel nou, compus din 3 colegi de-ai noștri, invitați din companii internaționale și anume. Avem 3 paneliști, începem cu Dana Tudor Tudose, care este Managing Partner la Creative and Bright, este certificat Manager and Coach, este absolvent al Universității Babeș-Bolyai din Cluj și certificată în Project Management. Are o experiență de peste 10 ani în livrarea de traininguri, în managementul echipelor, în regândirea proceselor de performanță și anume despre aceasta astăzi va împărtăși experiența cu noi. Cum ne revizuim noi procesele noastre astfel încât să avem certitudinea că rezultatele vor fi acolo la sfârșit de perioadă de timp, însă în același timp avem grijă ca oamenii noștri să fie alături în confort și echilibru viața profesională și personală. Dana, bună dimineața!
Bună dimineața, dragilor, și mulțumesc tare mult pentru invitația la această conferință minunată. Mă simt onorată să fiu alături de voi și abia aștept să revin în Chișinău și să putem să ne vedem la o cafea și să vorbim mai multe. Mulțumesc și pentru introducere. Dacă este ok, o să încerc să dau share la prezentarea mea ca să pot să și încep prezentarea. Este în regulă?
Da, mulțumesc foarte mult.
Te rog dacă se poate să-mi dai acces, să dau share.
Da, acum.
Ok. Bun. Ok. Să știți că am participat și ieri la conferință. Am fost super încântată să aud speakerii pe care ați avut invitați. Mi s-a părut extraordinar ceea ce s-a discutat. Mă bucur foarte mult că s-a trecut și prin zona de procese și prin zona de dezvoltare a oamenilor. L-am ascultat de asemenea și pe Alan și mi s-a părut senzațional ceea ce a punctat. Și de asemenea CEO de la Philip Morris, de asemenea panelul de la AmCham. Așa că vă felicit pentru ziua de ieri, a fost extraordinară și cu multe insight-uri și pentru mine și sunt convinsă că și pentru voi toți. Aș vrea să încep chiar cu una dintre provocările pe care Alan le dădea ieri și maniera în care și-a făcut prezentarea. Și practic avea acolo o întrebare: cum reușim să fim încă și să rămânem, dacă vreți, interesanți, relevanți pentru clienții noștri pe piață? How can we still stay relevant in the market? Or how can we stay relevant for our customers? Așa că prezentarea mea se numește Get in the Game și mă bucur foarte mult că se mulează perfect și este o continuare a discuțiilor de ieri. Încă o dată sunt Dana Tudor Tudose, sunt Managing Partner Creative and Bright România și Creative and Bright Moldova. Dragilor, vreau să încep practic prin a face cumva o radiografie foarte simplă a ceea ce numim business și prin a aduce în față 3 elemente extraordinar de importante la care ne putem raporta și de unde putem să începem, astfel încât să mergem pe un principiu pe care eu l-am atât în viața personală cât și în viața profesională, și anume keep it simple. Lucrurile simple sunt lucrurile, e adevărat, cel mai greu de realizat, deși ele sunt simple, dar noi încercăm să traducem lucruri complexe și teorii complexe în lucruri simple pe care oamenii noștri să le implementeze în organizație. Și anume, avem 3 elemente mari într-o organizație și vorbim despre oameni, despre procese și despre tehnologie. Și să știți că astăzi pe mine m-a salvat tehnologia. Am ajuns la timp pentru că am roții ramflet și am această tehnologie la mașină, pentru că altfel nu mă mai lăsa să mai merg absolut deloc. Aveam presiunea foarte scăzută pe roata din față stângă. Așa că tehnologia este extrem de importantă și oricum, oricât am vrea să scăpăm de ea, nu avem sub nicio formă nicio șansă în acest moment. Dacă vreți, pornind de la această radiografie simplă, procese, oameni și tehnologie, aș vrea să mergem mai departe și să încep cu acest, dacă vreți, citat care mie mi se pare fantastic în vremurile astea, ceea ce Peter Drucker a spus: "The greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence, it is to act with yesterday's logic." Așadar, dragilor, poate unul dintre primii pași ar fi să renunțăm la cum făceam lucrurile înainte și să ne orientăm spre ceea ce înseamnă a găsi soluții noi, a inova permanent și, de ce nu, pentru că tot vorbim despre agility, a fi cât mai agil și a ne adapta cu ușurință, a fi flexibil vis-a-vis de ceea ce se întâmplă. Categoric trăim niște momente care cu siguranță nu sunt neapărat cele mai plăcute pentru niciunul dintre noi, mai ales din perspectiva sănătății și a siguranței. Dar pe de altă parte, cred că sunt niște momente care ne împing spre ceea ce înseamnă regândirea strategiei, spre ceea ce înseamnă inovare în adevăratul sens al cuvântului și de-abia acum cred că înțelegem cu adevărat ceea ce înseamnă să trăim într-o lume VUCA, cu toate că vehiculăm terminologia și termenul de câțiva ani de zile încoace, dar cred că abia anul acesta am văzut cu adevărat ceea ce înseamnă să trăim această incertitudine și, bineînțeles, tot ceea ce înseamnă zona asta de volatilitate. Mergând mai departe, vreau să vă spun câte ceva despre provocările business-ului din ziua de astăzi și sunt convinsă că și fiecare dintre voi le simțiți. Și aici vorbim, bineînțeles, că apropo de lumea VUCA, vorbim de zona aceasta de incertitudine, vorbim de zona de inovație, de globalizare, de tehnologie, de schimbările legislative. De asemenea, putem continua cu ceea ce înseamnă, apropo de business, de HR, atragerea și reținerea de talente. Este foarte important să înțelegem că avem nevoie să atragem talente și pentru asta avem nevoie să construim la employer branding. Bineînțeles că, iarăși, una dintre provocări este diversitatea și aici discutăm despre ceea ce înseamnă înțelegerea diversității și incluziune. Vorbim despre strategic thinking și problem solving, da? Apropo de soluții pe care să le găsim pentru a ne rezolva provocările pe care le avem în timpurile astea și în zilele acestea. Complexitatea, de asemenea, complexitatea, dacă vreți, vis-a-vis de schimbarea comportamentului consumatorului, vis-a-vis de ceea ce înseamnă tot acest mix de tehnologie, de inovație, de viteză cu care lucrurile se schimbă și, bineînțeles, nu în ultimul rând, o schimbare continuă. De aceea și zona de project management nu mai este o urmărire a planificării, ci mai degrabă un management continuu al schimbării. Mergând mai departe, ca și priorități pe care le-aș vedea în această perioadă, aș vrea să numesc 3 dintre ele și anume mobilitatea, safety, hard work and innovation. Și să nu uităm că discutam ieri și CEO de la Philip Morris vorbea apropo de zona aceasta de cultură organizațională și domnul Eugen de la Păcari iarăși abordau zona aceasta de cultură organizațională și discutam despre ceea ce există în teorie, care sunt valorile noastre, care este misiunea organizației, dar este foarte important ca ele să se regăsească în comportament comportamentul nostru în comportamentul angajaților. Pentru că degeaba ele sunt pe pereți, sunt foarte frumoase, sunt foarte aranjate, dacă nu reușim să inducem această zonă și să creăm acele comportamente, adică oamenii noștri să creadă în ele și pe de altă parte să poată să le transmită mai departe. Așa că vă propun, dincolo de această introducere scurtă și această radiografie a contextului și de asemenea acele 3 elemente la care vă propun să vă uitați cu mare atenție, oameni, procese și tehnologie, vă propun să mergem împreună în continuare în această călătorie unde sper să găsiți lucruri interesante care să vă ajute în dezvoltarea business-ului vostru. Așa că let's journey together. Dacă vreți un impact extraordinar, este nevoie să dezvoltați oameni extraordinari. Așadar, unul dintre elementele esențiale, pentru că aceasta e resursa noastră cheie într-o organizație, oamenii, vorbeam de atragerea și reținerea talentelor și este nevoie să fim din ce în ce mai atenți vis-a-vis de lucrul acesta. We need to take care of our people. Avem nevoie să avem din ce în ce mai multă grijă de oamenii noștri. Da? Se discuta ieri apropo de zona aceasta de empatie, că încercăm să empatizăm din ce în ce mai mult, nu mai vrem să punem atâta presiune. Pe de altă parte, încercăm cumva să digitalizăm cât mai mult, să tehnologizăm cât mai mult, astfel încât oamenii noștri să nu mai facă task-uri de rutină atât de multe, ci mai degrabă să se ducă în zona de inovare, în zona de a găsi soluții, în zona de a se uita la procese dintr-o altă perspectivă, de a ne orienta în optimizarea proceselor. De aceea, acest context ne propune, practic, să plecăm de la ceea ce numim self-care economy spre ceea ce numim company economy. Așadar, self-care economy este despre a avea grijă de noi, fiecare dintre noi, a ne orienta pe ceea ce știm să facem, a ne dezvolta talentele, a căuta permanent soluții și când vorbesc de a avea grijă de noi, mă refer la ceea ce înseamnă, dacă vreți, zona de well-being, zona de well-being înțeleasă și implementată la nivel de companie și la nivel individual, iar apoi toată partea aceasta de dezvoltare, da, de dezvoltare continuă și continuous learning, de care avem nevoie astfel încât compania noastră să se dezvolte și să aibă niște rezultate extraordinare. Așadar, de la self-care economy to company economy. Se vorbește foarte mult despre inovare și este fantastic și mă bucur foarte mult vis-a-vis de lucrul acesta. Și, într-adevăr, inovarea este esențială. Însă aș vrea să facem cumva diferența că inovarea nu este invenția, nu avem nevoie de un dacă vreți, de un comportament sau de input individual. Inovarea este un sport de echipă. De aceea avem nevoie pentru a inova.
Innovation is a team sport, so we need to innovate to develop this team spirit. So we have to change the mindset in this area, and we are changing the paradigm. Because we tend to think every time and to make all of these things from different perspectives, so as to be able to come up with an essential improvement, so as to change our positioning.
Mergând mai departe, bineînțeles că inovarea aduce și rezolvarea problemelor sau soluționarea problemelor, deci vine cu.
So going forward, whenever we're talking about the innovation, we're talking about solving problems as well, and the current context is very interesting, and we are all start up now refers to the fact that regardless of the fact how many processes we would have in place, regardless of the fact how many procedures we would have in place, so we are in front of some very big changes, very rapid changes. So all this background has changed so rapidly that it has changed us at the level of mentality in some startups, regardless of the fact how big the company is. Because whenever we talk about a startup, we are not always focusing on competition. But it is important for us to focus on the customers, on the clients, so as to have the possibility to have an added value on the market, so as to have the possibility to innovate. So we're talking about that transformative process that involves and implies the collecting of information and afterwards transposing this information in some answers and some replies that actually represent some solutions for our clients. So if we switch to this mentality of startup, we are going to see a process of continuous innovation, and we are going to see very wonderful and surprising solutions that are going to help us to adjust to what is going to happen. And as Ellen was mentioning yesterday, I don't know if we're actually focusing on making things better or just we should focus on switching to actions. Because, yes, indeed, sometimes we may might commit some mistakes, but it's very important for us to learn from these mistakes because this means business, this means to explore. And also, it's very important for us to see how prepared we are going to be as an organization for how we are going to prepare our people for what is going to happen in the next 5 years. How we can become the first version? This is the question. Another question would be how we optimize the performance of our team? Because getting in the game, my presentation refers to rethinking performance. So how we can optimize and how we can increase the performance of our team, how each one of us would be able to be the best version of ourselves. And actually, here we are again talking about the fact that we have to switch from the self-care economy to the company economy. And I would have a suggestion to you. And I have a proposal for you about the concept of mental toughness that also is covering the so-called zone of resilience. And I'd like to tell you that we are working, for instance, on three countries, and namely Moldova, Ukraine, and Romania, in relation to mental toughness, and we are certifying the business people in mental toughness. And also, we have the possibility as well to solve different things with respective tools. The tool has of more than 30 years of research in the background, and as a definition of what mental toughness means, it's a personality trait which determines, in some part, how individuals respond when exposed to stressors, pressure, and challenge, irrespective of the prevailing situation. So practically, what mental toughness does is focusing on us on solution, focusing us on identifying the opportunities and not concentrating only on the problem. Yes, indeed, it is a personality trait, and if the majority of the tools are referring and are assessing how we act whenever something is happening, how do we behave? And it's focusing on our conduct and behavior. Mental toughness is describing us and is assessing as a tool how do we think in the moment whenever something is happening? What are our responses at the mental level? In other words, it helps us to understand why do we act in a certain manner whenever something is happening. What are the essential elements? Well, first of all, we can think about what means can do approach, delivery orientation, our response to change, and the confidence area. If we would conclude all of this in this model of mental toughness that would have four C's, four areas which are very important. The four C's, we're talking about the control, commitment, challenge, and confidence. And each of these four scales would have two subscales. And as far as you may see, if we're talking about the area of inner strength, this would be the area of internal part and of the outer orientation, meaning how do we relate to ourselves and to the outer environment. And also, we're talking about the resilience. meaning that we have to cope with the difficulties, with the changes, the pressure, and the stress. And also, we have the area of positive thinking. And as far as you know, and as far as you may see, we may see in the control zone the way in which we are controlling our emotions in our life. You see how important is this in our days in this context? Because it's very important for us to be prepared. Yes, indeed, it's very important for us to have the area of know-how and experience. But if we're talking about the mental toughness, if we are talking about managing emotions, if we are talking about coping with the stress, if we are talking about seeing the opportunities and not the problems, so to focus on the solutions, this is a mindset that we have to develop further on. We see that the context is so aggressive that very big problems would be in this mental zone. Although our people are very prepared in what they do, nevertheless, they do it in different contexts. If before we were talking about mobility and we were talking about work from home, which in the past was a nice to have, while now it's a must have, and beyond this, we also are facing now a change whenever we have to rethink the space in which we live so as to be able to adjust our job to our lower space. Meaning that we have to see how do we manage the time, how do we manage our resources so as to have the possibility to make a difference between the personal life and the job, and for us not to be exposed to very big pressure, to a pressure that unfortunately the majority of employees we feel, because by discussing with many of our clients, a big problem now would be on one hand the fact that although we're working from home and for some it's rather okay and they adjusted to this very rapidly, while for others it's actually very difficult to have this balance between the personal life and professional life, and they're just actually closing the laptop at 10 in the evening, and this can generate in the long run a lot of problems. That's why we have to intervene, we have to help somehow for that self-care economy to be carried out exactly as it should be. And you will see what is its impact on the business. So how we can optimize the performance of our team. It is important, this zone of mental toughness. All the studies and surveys show that indeed there is a clear impact on the performance with a variation up to 25% for the positive side. Mental toughness also is determining an improvement in everything that means agility, everything that means the development of positive behaviors in the area of well-being, of aspiration. It also influencing the area of leadership development, and of course, the area of team working. And because I would like to show you where the difference is. As I was telling you, in the performance area, we can talk about a variation up to 25%. We can see indeed some extraordinary jumps in the performance of our team. For the agility, the same. It's going to be easier for our people whenever we would have a mindset oriented towards solutions so to get adjusted, to get adapted. This would mean practically that they will be able to cope with a change, meaning that they would be able to manage the change from another perspective. It's very important that the lens through which we are watching to what is happening around us, meaning that it depends on the lens that we are using for our spectacles, so as to see the solutions, so as to see the opportunities. In the area of well-being, well, you have seen that it's very important and we are implementing many projects of well-being online, and this is very pleasant. And I'm so glad that finally we already understand that the area of emotional, physical, social well-being is very important. Also, it's very important for us to explore the hobby, the passion of our employees. This would help them to know themselves better, to know among themselves better, because this team spirit, this team performance is actually focusing on the way in which people are interacting. So we are talking about this interaction that we have at the level of the team so as for them to influence positively their performance. Afterwards, we're talking about aspirations. Whenever the level of mental toughness is higher, the aspiration would increase as well. People would like more things from themselves and they would aspire to become the best version of themselves. In other words, we are talking about the employability, we are talking about openness to change, about transition, retention, social mobility, motivation, stress management, and mental health. We are talking about what represents actually these priorities and this context that all the people are discussing about and which are seeing to be tackled not only at the level of the organization in the private sector, but also we see this tackled also at the governmental level, at the level of the state institutions, especially resilience. And this is the very good because now we can get to the area wherever we really can produce a change that will be relevant for each one of us. So agility, I would like to make a difference over here. So the agility is the capacity of adjusting flexibility towards a new area, while the resilience would be mainly in the control and commitment area. It refers to the capacity of getting recovered whenever we have to deal with adversity. So this would be the capacity through which we can manage a situation and through which we can actually generate a positive outcome. It's about how we respond and what we envisage to do. If you want a mental toughness beyond this resilience area and beyond this control and commitment zone, from the resilience perspective, also refers to challenge and confidence, which would introduce the proactive elements, meaning that we are talking about how do we respond whenever we want to respond in a certain manner. So resilience is just an element from what mental toughness means because the concept is much more complex and it helps us to survive the complex situations that we are dealing with. But it's not enough. That's why we're talking about all the other elements about challenge and confidence. As well, mental toughness is that capacity that is helping us to see the solutions area, to see the possibility of developing positive behavior, so as to change the perspective on the thing, so as to help us to see the change from a positive perspective. Because as far as you may see, even though before we're talking about digitalization, now the speed with which the process of digitalization happens is very big, very, very big. That's why this is coming up with this context. So this context is imposing us to produce the change much more rapidly. And this is actually a very good thing for each one of us. What we can say about the benefits of the respective concept of mental toughness? Well, it helps us to understand the things about people, about organization, and it's a fundamental for performance and well-being. As well, it helps us to answer the question why. Also, it helps us to explain this link between the culture and individuals, also to link better the culture with individuals as well. It helps us to assess better what we do and to see what we have to develop so as to impact relevantly the performance of the organization. In other words, what we can say is that transposing or we are transposing those actions that we have to undertake into personal success with an impact, huge impact on what the success of organization means. And now, by the end, not only in relation to the mental toughness, but also in relation to the self-care economy, as well as in relation to company economy, and in relation to those three elements of people, technology, and organization. If I would give three tips that would help every organization, that would help every manager who is in this context of challenges that we all have, and namely to interact with the team so as to cope with the changes, so as to preserve the link with the team, and also to for the people to remain engaged for the mission of our organization, as well as to undertake some efforts for the development of the organization. So the tips would be to facilitate the interaction for you as managers, to facilitate the interaction with your people. Focus on this interaction with your people. Afterwards, save time and effort. So let's think about some technical solutions that would help our people to solve what they have to solve more rapidly without some redundant work, without going to the routine area, so as to develop this behavior in the innovation zone and in relation to this mindset of finding solutions. And the third tip is give your people confidence and strength. Let's help our people to be confident that together we can cope with the situation, that together we can solve, that together we can come up with ideas so as to go beyond that context, so as to go beyond any challenge that we can have at the individual level or organization level, and to give people force to go forward, to believe further in the values of the company, in the mission of the company. With other words, regardless of what changes are there, please opt for to take the mountain on your shoulders and try to climb it, meaning that don't take just don't take the mountain on your shoulders, but try to climb it because you will see that the sun is shining and you'll see another perspective for the things. It's exactly as whenever we're going hiking and whenever we climb on one of the mountains and whenever we see how wonderful the landscape is. Thus, or the things are perceived in another way. We see some wonderful things around us which we don't see in other times. It's like a movie that we are just watching for the third time and we identify some things that we didn't see the first time. Now things are clearer and on the other hand are easier. I really hope for all of this to help you, and I really hope for the mental toughness to be a concept for you to take over and to see the relevance for your organization. Thank you very much. And now I
Dana, mulțumim
give you
foarte
the
mult
floor.
pentru
Thank you very
această
much, Dana,
informație
for this
utilă,
information, useful
oportună
information,
și văd o
very
foarte bună
timely
completare a
information.
informației
And
care a
I
fost
would say
livrată
that
ieri.
it's completing so well the
Pentru că
information
vorbeam
that
de
was provided to us
provocarea atât a
yesterday. Because
întreprinderilor,
we were talking about
angajatorilor,
the
cât și
challenge of
provocările
the
angajaților
employers,
de
but
a
we also
îmbina
were talking about the challenges of the employees
acest mod de lucru de la
to
domiciliu cu toate
combine the
beneficiile, dar în
homework
același
with
timp
all the benefits.
se
But at the same
confruntă
time,
cu anumite frustrări
let's not
care
forget about some
le provoacă
frustrations that
acest
are
mod nou de lucru,
provoking,
dorința de a reveni la
that are
birouri,
coming from
dorința de a
these
interacționa
new
cu
ways
colegii.
of working,
Și atunci
the willingness to go back
sunt
to the office, the willingness to
foarte
interact
bună
with the
legătura
colleagues.
aceasta și recomandările
And
cu care
in
ai
this
venit
case,
pentru noi
these
ca și manageri,
recommendations, these
da,
tips that
cum
you have
să-i
provided
ajutăm
for us
pe
as
angajați,
managers are
dar
very good,
cu
how
ce
to help
recomandări ai
the
venit și
employees.
pentru
But what
angajați
would be also the tips
ca
that
să-și
you would
dezvolte
provide
acest
for the
mental
employees
toughness,
so
da?
as to develop this
Când
mental toughness?
condițiile
So
sunt destul de restrânse, da?
whenever the
E birou și
conditions are
domiciliu.
rather
Aici ar
restricted,
fi
just office
niște
and home.
competențe, abilități
So over
noi
here
sau
we need
deprinderi
some
noi care știm
new
noi că se
competences,
dezvoltă în
some new
21 de zile
skills
cel
that
puțin, dar
actually
ce ar mai
should
fi
be
suplimentar
or
din
developed
experiența
at least in
și
21 days. But what additional we can
practicile
do
tale, cu ce
based on your
ne-ai
experience, based on your
îmbogăți?
practice? So what you can tell us? Well, what I can tell you is that we really need for our people to understand that this area of performance, and I'm talking about here not only about the performance itself, but this area of well-being is also our own responsibility. It's not just the responsibility of the organization, and it's very important for us to be able to follow this direction and to come up with our own steps forward. As well, I would recommend to every one of you to take care more of this mental health, to try to find the personal balance, because unfortunately there is no one recipe. Well, it's just like we're coming with some concepts, with some tools that clearly are valid and which really are efficient. But on the other hand, let's not forget that each one of us should have this willing to do something for getting involved so as to be better every day. So maybe this also is coming in the same package with what we can do by ourselves, what models we have to follow, how much do we want to be further, let's say, good in what we do, how much we would like to be more performing. And I will tell you what I did at the personal level and what I succeeded to provide during the trainings that I provided on online, and namely that each one of us is responsible for what is happening to us. And whenever you are changing the perspective over the things, whenever you are changing the lens, things would happen in a different way. So it's a matter of mindset. But this no one can do for you. Only you can do it because it's a personal decision. Afterwards, what the organization can do can come up with, to the employees with some relevant programs. We cannot afford ourselves to invest in some training programs which are not efficient in the developing of people. We cannot invest anymore in some programs which we're not sure if they have a success in our organization. That's why we have talked about attracting talent. I don't know if you understand what this kind of talent management in organization means. We really have to attract the talent and maintain them. Okay, we can have some development trainings and this extraordinary, but categorically this is important. Nevertheless, at the same time, it's very important to attract very good people. It's important for us to surround ourselves with people that believe in the mission of the organization and for whom it's rather easy because the matching is so good that in a crisis situation it's going to be easier for them to go over this. Whenever people will find themselves in this mission, it's going to be easier because if they don't find themselves in this mission, it's going to be more difficult. They would not find some joint elements or common elements. They would not understand what is there for me beyond the salary, beyond the job. What would be the reasons why I'm here? And also, this context has been actually an extraordinary moment for introspection. And actually, I would deal with these directions of introspection for each one of us. What do we wish for? What are our values? What I can do better for myself? Because we are talking about the life of each one of us. And we, as managers, we would like to have happy people in our organization, as well as people who would have good performance. And whenever we are actually attracting talents that also have a matching with our organizational
Adevărat, mulțumesc foarte
culture,
mult,
this would be the best
Dana,
solution.
și ca
Thank
și
you
o
very much, Dana. Yes,
concluzie pentru
indeed, it's like
mine, o
this. It's
temă
a
pentru
conclusion for
acasă,
myself,
să
like
continuăm foarte
our
bine cu angajații
takeaway
noștri programele
message is to
orientate pe
continue with our employees the programs that would be
valorii
focused on
personale, conștientizarea
acknowledging their
misiunii
personal
personale,
values,
regăsirea
the
de
personal
sine și
mission
găsirea
of
acestui
finding himself,
echilibru
herself, and finding that balance
personal-profesional.
in
Acesta
between the
este într-adevăr un
professional and
context
personal life.
relevant
This
despre ce
really is
vorbea
a relevant
ieri
context
Alan.
of what
Și
Alan was
acesta
telling
este
us
un
about
moment cu care cu
yesterday.
toții putem să
And
revenim
this is
în
what we can take on
organizațiile, în
board
companiile
in our
noastre,
organizations, in
către
our
angajații
companies,
noștri cu programe
so as to
specializate pe acest
involve our
domeniu
employees
de
in some specialist
conștientizare a
programs in this area
misiunii
of
personale.
acknowledging
Mulțumesc
this
foarte mult,
personal
Dana.
mission.
Te rog să
Thank you very
rămâi cu
much.
noi.
Thank you very much, and please stay here with us.
Mulțumim foarte mult și
Thank you very
invit
much.
pe
And now I'd like
colegul
to
nostru,
invite our colleague,
Petru Stoleriu,
Pedro Stoleriu,
care este
who is
sales People and Culture Manager.
Sales, People and Culture
Aș vrea
Manager.
o să mă ajute Petru cu traducerea corectă în
Petru
română.
is going actually to help me with the correct translation into Romanian because he is responsible for the sales department at the GTI International.
Face acest lucru
He is dealing with it
peste 17
already
ani, pentru
over
că
17 years. And
a început
at the very beginning, he started his professional career in the sale area as a merchandiser. Afterwards, he has continued in delivery of training and developing of training. And now he is the HR partner for the sales department, and he is responsible for the procurement or acquisition of talent, maintaining talent, developing talent. And today, he is telling to us the ideas, the experiences in relation to managing the team at distance. A practice that today is exercised by all of us in our company due to the reality in which we are. So before providing Petru their floor, I would like to remind you that we have two YouTube channels that you can actually follow. One with the translation into English, the other one is in Romanian. And please come up with a feedback with us and also with questions, and we are going to come back with the answers to the questions of today and from yesterday. And now, Petru, good morning, and I would like to offer the floor to you. Petru, do you hear us? I'm so glad to see you, Petru. Petru has a very difficult mission right now because he has to ensure the performance of their employees and the teams that continue the sales in the field or over the phone. So now we have some difficulties with the sound, with Petru's sound, but we will get reconnected very rapidly. So until Petru comes back to us, I would like to encourage you, for you to tell us, to share with us questions that you would like for us to focus on now, but also in the next period of time, because the experience and our activity of supporting the HR community in the Republic of Moldova will continue as well with some other activities than just this conference. We will have workshops, discussions. We'll also have meetings with the relevant persons based on the challenges that we have right now. So that's why this communication is going to continue because it's very important. Yes. So Petru, are you here? Please take the floor. Good morning, Svetlana. Do you hear me? Yes, indeed. Well, it seems that sometimes we have some kind of errors and mistakes, but nevertheless, it's okay. Now we're hearing you. We're hearing you well. We can continue.
Bună, Svetlana.
Good day, Svetlana. Thank you very much for your invitation. I'm so glad to be here again together with you. After the nice experience from the last year, I'm so glad to be in the selected team of speakers and in front of a high-class audience. The topic that I'm going to debate today is HR leads business track. This is the topic that I would like to discuss. And I would like to start by saying that the times that we're going through now has actually brought the future into the present. What we were discussing the last years, for instance, by the end of the last year about the skills of the future, of how the way of working is changing, is actually happening now. And also, we're going to discuss about those tools and the best practices and the lessons learned that we have used during this period of time. And I do not pretend and I do not say that all of these tools are the best ones, are perfect ones, that we are a perfect company. I would say that we are a company that is focused on people. We are a company that wishes to do things in a good way, to do good things for people. I think that during this period of time, the most important thing is the entire organizational culture enhanced over the time. There is cultural or that is focused on people and also is focused on leadership. And people are following this because they want it. So all this organizational culture gives its harvest during this time. I will start with the concerns of the people during this period of time. And one of the first concern it's related to the social distance. We are social beings. We are people who are networking. We are people who are like to be surrounded by other people. But during this period of time, this is a fear. This is a concern of people. Another aspect that should be taken into consideration during this period of time would be the team. That's feeling of belonging to a team, this feeling of be there with the colleagues, with the people from the organization. This is a question. This is a fear. This is a concern that all of us have during this period of time. Another concern would be the safety of the job, because there are some concerns that people have in relation to what is happening with their job, what is happening to the job of the families, of the family members. As well, last but not least, would be the concerns related to health, and not necessarily to the physical health, although it's very important, but also emotional health. The or that kind of for concern that I like to tackle would be the concern related to question the fear when we are going to escape from Alcatraz. And Alcatraz does not represent only a prison, but of the prison of the pandemics. But Alcatraz also is representing escaping from home, because I have some colleagues that told me, well, Pedro, I have been married for 15 or 20 years, but all this during all this period of time, I think that me and my wife have get to know each other better, and we have discussed some things that we didn't know about each other. And sometimes the wife and the husband are just asking, when are you going to get out of the house, because I think so long at home. So there is this need of getting out, of getting networking, of having your time not only consumed with the family. But so this is a concern that people have during this period of time. What we have learned during this period of time? Well, probably we are more adaptable than we thought. Whenever we have a context that is changed and we don't have any other options, we do understand that we can do things that we didn't know that we can do it. For instance, to communicate virtually, to have conferences online, to have team buildings online, to have recruitments online, to have courses online. All of these things, we knew that we can do them, but we didn't think that we can do them with success. And we were somehow doubtful about this aspect. Another skill that has been developed during this period of time, and it's a good lesson for us, would be flexibility. Probably I don't tell you anything new, but I would like just to mention that flexibility is an ability, as a skill of the future. It's the one that is really meaningful today. So flexibility is for you to be open, for you to see some other possibilities, to do things in a limited context, in limited conditions. You have to think what to do and how to do it so as to obtain something. Critical thinking. During all this period of time, my company has been focused on finding solutions of backup for backup, meaning that to develop contingency plans, not only the B plan for the, but also with the C plan for the B plan if the B plan is going to be a failure. So we had like 6 scenarios of working during this period of time, and critical thinking was focused what is going to happen or if this context is going to be changed. If, for instance, we would have an outbreak at at a working place, what is going to happen? And we have developed different scenarios, about 6 working scenarios, which, because the context is a context that may change radically from one day to another. Responsibility is another skill, let's say, another characteristic. And responsibility refers not only to be responsible of yourself, but also to be responsible for the activity that you have, to be responsible for the people that you are meeting or you are not meeting, also to be responsible for the health of people surrounding you. Because there were colleagues that were telling me, well, during that period of time, whenever we could circulate, where people were asking, well, why can't we just shake hands? Do you really think in all these stupid things? And I was telling them, because let's say we do have skeptical people still, and I was telling them that I'm doing this not only for myself, but I'm doing this also for yourself, for your family, for your colleagues. But you don't know where I'm coming from. You don't know what I can have. And I don't want to be responsible. And I don't want to have on my conscience that I was not so be careful and that I have actually transmitted to you something. Productivity, surprisingly or not, has increased during this period of time. There was a fear of the organizations over the last year whenever they were discussing about the work from home. Many organizations, or a majority of the organizations, were saying that no, we cannot implement the work from home because this is going to decrease our productivity. So during this period of time, the productivity has actually increased because the time that we have allocated to different projects has been sufficient. We had time to develop ourselves in different other areas. We got involved in different projects. So it's surprising how the fact that we have worked from home made us productive. So we have been flexible. We were not chained in a working program from 9 to 5:30. People could actually work during their best period of time of working during the respective day. So they were more productive because, for instance, there are some people who are more productive at 7 in the morning, while there are other people who are more productive in the afternoon. So flexibility and productivity go hand in hand. And last but not least, we also have had the occasion, an opportunity to value more our personal objectives, our health, things that are really of the matter for ourselves. There was a combination between life and work balance. For instance, I don't have children and I really don't understand what is actually happening whenever you are working from home and there are children around. But also, I have colleagues who told me about this. And they told me that I could do more with my children. Also, I have learned cooking. I also doing sport more. Now, in relation to the area that refers to the tools that we have used during this period of time and which are focusing exactly on the concerns of the people, on their fears. I was talking about health, about social distance, about death, escaping from Alcatraz, as well as the safety of the job, of the working place. One of the first tools that we have used, and I think that it's very important, this would be the constituency in communication. So, from the very highest level of my organization, the messages have gone down in a cascade and they have been replicated from top down, meaning that one of the most important objectives in this period of time in the messages and our actions, our priority number one has been and it is safety of our people. So, besides, also continuity of the business. But number one priority was and is safety of people. And this is not just a declaration at the corporative level. Well, because it's good to declare this. Okay, every organization is saying this, but is doing something else. No, there was a consistency between what has been conveyed and what has happened. Well, these messages have been cascaded, and all people knew what is our priority. All people knew that we are focusing on their safety, on their security. We didn't expose our people meaningless. These are the messages that at the level of the organization we are conveying on a weekly basis so as to see what is happening in the organizations from Romania, from Moldova, because these are aspects to be taken into account if there are some outbreaks somewhere to provide some recommendations from social distance, for instance, not to go so much in one shop, or because we actually have over 1,200 employees in Romania, Bulgaria, Moldova. Many of them are working in the field. So we were coming with clear recommendations of distancing, of avoiding our crowded zones, to concentrate just on important aspects in a shop, not to stay so much in a shop. Another element that has helped us was the survey that we have carried out in the organization, and not just a single one. If over the last years we were just having one survey, one questionnaire at the global level of the organization, just once per 2 years, this year we have had a survey in April, afterwards in September, and we have one more questionnaire that we are going to have in December. The aim of the questionnaire was to see if all measures have effect on the people. As well, another aim was to see how people are feeling in this context. What are the solutions that they see? What are the suggestions that they can provide? We have learned a lot from the results of this survey. It was not just important, let us implement whatever we have to implement. It doesn't matter, on the others don't matter. No, no, no. We have concentrated on the result of the organization, on how our people feel. Do they feel in this context? We have had solutions, we have suggestions that have been implemented. Another aspect has been, and it is very important in the remote work, would be the clarification of expectations and to set up a way of work. So I was saying that in the old modality of work, we had just 2 days per week, per month of work from home. Whenever people were working exclusively from home. And at the office, we would have just our colleagues that have some emergencies in the activity, or the ones who cannot work from home because, for instance, the files that they're working on are uploading very heavily on the network from home, and the connection is better at the office. So I was saying that we were just, somehow shifting our program to a flexible working program, because we tried our best so as to communicate as a team, we with our managers, our people with their managers, so as to establish the most appropriate interval, so as to discuss the most appropriate interval, so as to work. So whenever working from home, of course, you have many other things to do. Maybe you have to do your shopping. So, for instance, we never focused on the fact why didn't you log at that period of time? Why didn't you log yourself? So Setting the expectations and setting of a way of work helps people to be calm. Also helps to acknowledge the fact that the company cares of all other things that you have to do because there are some colleagues with families, with children. Indeed, you have to move around. Maybe you need to cook. So nobody is just, or watching upon you if you are online or not. So setting the expectations and setting of a good way of work is very important. Another, so there are some actions that I have taken over into consideration whenever we were focusing on the remote team cohesion. Because during this period of time, this area has been very affected. This is an area very affected, impacted. People don't go to office. They don't have this feeling of belonging to a group, to a team. They don't have that feeling of conversations over the office whenever having a joke, whenever networking. So, how we can compensate for all of this? Of course, you cannot compensate. You can't make the things to be the same, just like the situation before the pandemic. But how we can compensate? How we can mitigate? Well, we had, for instance, virtual weekly meetings, and these were meetings not necessarily based on business, just meetings when we were chatting, whenever we're telling each other what has happened, but not related to business. We had also virtual meetings like whenever we were discussing not like on we gather here so as to establish this so as to plan that, but we are just having some small discussions. What did you cook? What movies have you watched? So we are rather flexible. We are organizing this usually on Mondays, but nevertheless we are flexible. If somebody cannot do it on Monday, then we have the availability so as to replan this meeting, so as to be all of us together. So even in this virtual area, these kind of meetings with open camera, whenever we see each other as if we are nearby. So this is rather difficult, but we do it. It's rather difficult not to be next to somebody, but nevertheless, we try our best so as to preserve the team cohesion. Trainings, trainings online are team building. Team building is also very important because, for instance, we might have 2 hours whenever we are not discussing anything about the business, but nevertheless, we have the occasion to be together and to play in different games for team building. This kind of games would last, for instance, 2 hours. We are grouping as a team, we are saying different things, we are having a joke, we are chatting. As well, a very important aspect would be the part related to well-being that we also have focused on. We tried our best so as to have some seminars together, some workshops, uh, which are very important during this period of time to see how you can preserve yourself in relation to nutrition, for instance, or in relation to networking, social networking. Empathy. Empathy is another important element that also has been pointed out during this period of time. So, our meetings start with the sandwich technique. For instance, in the daily life, it's not necessarily just in the organization life, but all these discussions that we have with the people that we love, they are starting with this sandwich technique. How are you? What did you do? And afterwards, you just wishing health to people. So these are things that probably were not so present in our conversations before. Maybe they were not focused so much on this way of communication. Okay, you were having just a small talk at the very beginning, you were discussing, but nevertheless, whenever you are wishing to someone else, these are some elements that we are transferring to our people the message that we care about them. For instance, we had colleagues who have been tested positively. We have communicated directly with them. And they told us the following. Well, it mattered. It cared for me so much that somebody from the company, somebody else from HR has called me and encouraged me, has called me and asked about my health, has called me and asked how am I. So I felt myself very important in that very moment. So I felt myself that my work is important and that I'm not just a tool in the organization, I'm a human being. If somebody from the management has actually called me and asked me about my health, there are managers, there are people in the organization that have had also discussions with their managers and told me, well, I was considering my manager to be so cold, so focused only on the business. But there are days whenever he's calling me and asking me about my health, and I was surprised. He has asked me about my health, how are you, and nothing about the business, nothing about the work. I think that there's a moment in all this situation pointed out the humanity from ourselves. So even though we were feeling this, nevertheless, so probably we have displayed this much more during this period of time, and this is working for the cohesion of the team. And in order to work efficiently in a team remotely, it's clear that the team should have that feeling of purpose, that feeling of the target, of the objectives, of the goal. Whenever the objectives are clearly defined, our the people have this feeling of contribution. They know what we're talking about. I have received the project. I know that I have to deliver it. And I do all my best so as to deliver it. Flexibility over here would appear after delivering the objectives. What is going to happen to those projects? Some managers have been very concerned with the people, with the fact that I don't see my people. Do they work on remotely? But whenever you give the people autonomy, whenever you give the people the possibility to work and to deliver the results in their way, but to deliver them, yes, indeed, to deliver those results, not just giving the impression that you are delivering something. So if people are working in this way, they are doing this, they are delivering, but in their own way. Because some of the people do it in the very morning, other in the afternoon, others are working at night. While during the day, maybe they are focusing on some other things. Nevertheless, they are delivering the results and the projects on time. So, setting clear objectives is also a feeling that you are contributing to the team because sometimes a manager has a feeling that no one is doing not anything. I have that feeling that I'm not involved. Well, okay, just discuss with the manager. Just re-clarify maybe some objectives. So another important aspect is that team manager remotely should be understanding the tasks, the load of every person, so as to to have the possibility to understand the image of the entire team so as not to overload somebody and not to give enough load to others in order to relegate maybe sometimes this kind of task depending on the workload of each member of the team. As well, during this period of time, we all were so attentive to provide to people technical support, technical assistance for their remote work. Because some things you have at the office, for instance, you have the scanner, you have the printer, you have an ergonomic space you can discuss, while at home, it's another context. How? How actually to ask people to work from home whenever they have to print things out. We have provided solutions in this case, besides that sanitary disinfection materials that we have provided to people, sanitizing, for instance, solutions so as to help them. We also provide to them chairs. Yeah, maybe you are not smiling, but also we provide you to them chairs because we are interested in their health whenever they stay at home and they are working from home because you really need an ergonomic chair. And we have come up with a solution. Besides these kind of chairs, ergonomic chairs, we also We're providing to people some IT connection. For instance, they're working on a desktop at office. Another important element about the consistency in relation to cohesion of the team, but was also the involvement of people in the work of our employees. For instance, I was discussing with my colleagues from Moldova, and the team was from Moldova was saying that they are participating time from time, not so frequently, but once per week in some field missions. So the feeling that you are conveying is that it matters to me. So I can't be with you in the field, but I participate. So maybe I have a higher position, even though I'm a country management, and I'm here with you, and I'm dealing with you. So this importance in what you do and what I can do is very important, because this is that confidence that you have in managers and the company that you are representing. What else I can say? Of course, all this period is going to pass. Probably we are going to have some consequences. So probably we are going to have some reticence, but I'm just asking. And now we have tried to do our best so as to cope with this. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, but unfortunately I don't hear anything. I have heard just myself. So first of all, Petro, thank you very much for the fact that you are here with us. And thank you very much for your detailed information. And also, we hope that you're going to come back with your sound. And now I'd like to welcome another speaker of ours, Valentina Sohotki. So she is Human Resources Director from Victoria Bank from Transylvania Bank from Romania. She has an experience over 20 years. And also she is an example of reskilling and upskilling. She started her professional career also in Victoria Bank in the legal department as a legal advisor. And afterwards, she continued in the banking sector as a front office in Canada. And afterwards, she get back to Moldova and she decided to get the experience in HR. Because as I was saying yesterday, only those who have a specific passion, yes, this kind of passion for people, the passion for personnel, only they are choosing this kind of profession. And now I'm talking about the HR profession, but also there are some many others. So over the last period of time, Valentina has been and is a professional in HR area, and since 2018 she has come back to Victoria Bank in the position of HR director. So today she is going to tell us about the past that she has had in the area of change, the change that we are going through, all of us. So I'm coming back to our reality, the reality that already became to us a normality. And she is going to tell us how the team of Valentina, together with her, as well as the management team of the bank, has succeeded and continues to manage this process of change.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this extraordinary opportunity to be here with you. It's an honor for me. And I was thinking to discuss about the new leaders, the so-called transformational leaders, and the so-called new normality. We like this term, new normality, but we don't know whether we would return ever to what we used to regard as a normality. But we have to adjust, we have to reorganize the flows, and we have to change our mindset as a leader. Before discussing about what a transformational leader means, I would like to tell you something about the factors that are influencing the current leader, the transformational leader. So first, it is the demographics. Whether we want it or not, everybody from HR, we know that today, though we do not say it out loud, but we are trying to work with 4 generations in the same system. So today, each employer has 4 generations to work with. So we have people who are above 65 years, and they have to work together with employees aged 25 or around 25. So that's a huge challenge for the organization, a huge challenge for the leader. Another challenge in the demographic context is how to manage talents. Talent management in the new normality is a total different story. And now already many companies have reorganized the way they manage um, talents. They try to develop the IT skills, the behavioral skills, and as we've said, ongoing or continuous training is absolutely critical. Obviously, these demographics has a huge impact on the business, has an impact on the flows that have to be reevaluated. Another factor is the globalization. A globalization was important at the level of industries. And what is the impact of pandemics on industries from the globalization perspective? They have transferred industries locally. So the pandemics encourages local industries, local cycles. Globalization decreased by 13.22%. Local economies, especially in the developing countries, strengthen their independence, and you can see how much is being invested to develop the local economies. Whereas those from the human resources not only from the HR see how globalized the labor market is becoming. So if until now the IT market or project management market used to be globalized indeed, an IT professional from Chisinau could work for USA. Now we see situations when the human resources are getting more and more globalized, especially with regards to trainings, development. So on online platforms, trainings can be delivered from any point, any country. Another factor is the technology, because we had many discussions at the conference how impacted we were by the technologies. So it's absolutely normal to digitalize our processes. And not so long ago, 1 or 2 years ago, An ordinary person would access 7 gadgets. What happened during the pandemics? With the technology development, an ordinary person accesses up to 24 gadgets. And the pandemics, what are the consequences of these pandemics? In the areas that it impacts, well, any company, regardless of whether it was a multinational company or small company, used to have a business continuity plan. Especially the large transnational companies, it's normal for them to have a continuity plan. But nobody has expected to implement these business continuity plans. Those from HR, and not only them, they thought this plan refers to some hypothetical situations, but now they are being implemented. What does it mean for the HR? It means quick implementation of remote working. And I believe that it is not only us, the large companies, but any company ended up overnight being forced to implement remote working and to start working with their employees from home. This also affects the security, occupational security. This was a huge challenge for all of us employers. With all of these technology development process, the so-called new normality put a burden on the operational side, and it increased the efforts on people. So there is a third area, large-scale transformation, including of competencies. And again, we return to upskilling and new skilling. How have we organized our businesses, or well, businesses have reorganized, and there is statistical data made on the basis of a survey by Ernst& Young's in July this year on the Ukrainian market. But if you are attentive, you can see that it is 100% relevant for Moldova. 100% of companies implemented actions to ensure the business continuity. It means that the whole world at least thought how to ensure the business continuity. And when we discuss about the business continuity, it is mainly about the customer. But behind the customers, we have the employees. 100% introduced remote working fully or partially. There are some industries, including the banking industry, that cannot afford to introduce 100% remote working because they have access to critical systems where informational security, especially now during the pandemic, has a much higher impact. 75% introduced flexible working arrangements in order to support employees with children. Again, during the pandemic, the employer had to think about the social responsibility as well. 40% of employers ask them to take the annual leaves, and I think it's specific for the local market. At the beginning of the pandemic, we've seen employers that have many leave days accumulated, And we ask them to use those days now during that period, mainly for their security. And secondly, in order to encourage them to have a well-being during this period, 39% stopped business travels. So the figure is quite large, 39%, but taking into account that our local market were based on face-to-face meetings, so 39% is quite a large figure. And 35% for them, we have developed flexible working timetables, especially for employees with children. So you can see the challenges, and the main question is what we could do, what leaders could do in this transformational context. The answer is simple. We should start with us, and as you can see, the personal model is the most important. I would like to thank Dana, who presented in such a nice way what it means, personal example, to discover your values, to self-motivate yourself. And if the leader starts with himself or herself, then the team will follow suit. And this will have a positive impact on the whole organization. Now, the empathy and the power of example in the new normality have a totally different role. What are the constraints of the new leaders? What are the new challenges? What are the expectations from our team? It is important to mention that we do not call them subordinates. They are our colleagues, and we are their colleagues. Colleagues who assume more responsibilities in certain situations. The most important thing is to develop the digital competencies, and it also starts from the leader. It's not enough only to develop the digital competencies. It's important to have a willingness to implement them. It's like having a computer. If you have it, but you don't use it, then it's worthless. And it starts with process digitalization in all areas. Process digitalization, including in the HR area, which used to, or we were thinking that we will implement it in 2 or 3, 4 years. Now, many things in human resources are done by bots. In our bank, the administrative part of HR, and everybody knows how much paperwork it includes, how much the bureaucracy involves, even filling in the table of hours worked is done by automatically, or onboarding with the new normality when we cannot have face-to-face discussions with people. Now onboarding is done by a robot. We have personalized it a lot, in our opinion. So this means digitalization, development of critical competencies, and development of learning platforms, and development of ongoing learning. And this is not only the role of HR to offer these platforms. This is mainly the role of leader to encourage everyone for these platforms to be used. setting up a basis for dynamic orientation and dynamic orientation in the career path. So again, career path in the new normality can be changed as well. In my opinion, the most difficult thing, perhaps that's my personal challenge, is the management of virtual teams. And we would like thank you, Petru, for sharing with your experience, and you've showed the tools that you are using. And I believe now more leaders see how difficult it is to manage virtual teams, to understand that you have to give them more autonomy, to be empathetic. And all of these challenges ensure business continuity. A leader in the transformation process should be reactive, proactive, and in all trainings, it is said that reactivity should be changed with proactivity. But in the context of the new normality, this is even more pertinent. It is not us who should adjust to the situation. The situations should be adjusted to our needs. Even if we take some decisions that might seem wrong, but that's our experience that helps us make an assessment. And in the end, the 4 elements, the first one, and well, they are not presented in the order of importance. All of them are very important. So it's important to understand the needs of those from your team. So it doesn't mean whether it's your direct team or the broader team. Empathy of leaders is now viewed in a totally different dimension. And every time when I am thinking about empathy, I'm saying try to wear your colleagues' shoes in order to see how challenging his life is at work, at home. Try to understand the security in the context of the new normality. The innovatory spirit and capacity to inspire, and last but not least, capacity and willingness to be a role play, to be an example worth following. And here I would like to personalize this. We always say that we have to educate children as we want to, but if you want to educate by only telling what they have to do is not enough. The power of example is the most important, because children will do the same as parents. And we have the same situation in a team. Team members will work the same as the leader. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. It was very interesting to discuss about mindfulness, empathy, and would like to see Dana. Thank you very much, Valentina. So we would like Dana in our studio as well.
Hello, eu vă aud.
So Dana can hear us. But before Dana starts her presentation, I would like us to discuss about this challenge to manage the emotions and the relationship in our companies. So we say that the managers should be empathetic, should be understanding. We have to reorient on the personal and individual needs of employees. Some generations react easily to such changes and are flexible. They do the change like this. So we work like this, great. Tomorrow we work in a different way, even better. But we have generations who feel comfortable, who feel like to perform and like to work in a different context, in a different regime, using different rules. And this transition, this change process is a bit different for them. So what could we do as leaders? How could we help these employees to accept easier these changes? And I will start with Dana. Thank you, Svetlana. Valentina, I would like to congratulate you for your presentation. It was great. And I think you have mentioned very well, and I liked very much that you addressed this idea of how we educate our children. And I think that that's a point that we have to understand how we have to educate the new generations and to understand that we are responsible for everything that is happening, that will happen later. Thank you very much, Svetlana, for your question. As Valentina said, the manager has a very important role. He needs to develop this ability of adjusting himself or herself to each type of personality. You know that I am certified in PCM, a tool used in NASA for 40 years when recruiting astronauts, when we speak about diverse personalities, different psychological needs. And of course, people have different motivations, because how to motivate them unfortunately works only in theory, because in reality the motivation is intrinsic and the extrinsic motivation lasts very little time. That is why we focus on people's choice, so that they find their place in the organizational culture, for them to trust what the organization is doing, to find their role there, and for the manager to engage them, to adjust them. So in such an environment, these tasks are much easier performed by the manager. And yes, true, the recent period was very difficult for HR and IT departments in order to put in place the remote working process. And the managers have high pressure, because they have to be in touch with their people to make sure that the performance is good, that they are okay, that they can rely on them, and that they convey the trust and force that I've been talking about in my presentation. Managers need training projects to understand the diversity of personalities. They need to understand that they cannot approach in the same way everybody, that they cannot give the same tasks, or they cannot have the same expectations from all team members. But I believe that an important task for managers is to make sure that they create a bonded team, that they determine a proper behavior among team members to help each other, So here I see a very important role of the manager, because unfortunately individual performance cannot compensate the performance of the team. So it is in vain that we have a top performer if the other team members are not performing well. So we have to make sure that the relationship between them, the interactions between them support the performance of the whole team. And we have to make sure that everyone feels comfortable with their role. They have clarity regarding their roles, their tasks, what they have to do, what are the deadlines. And of course, one of the extraordinary tools And a free tool is to permanently offer feedback, ask for feedback, and to make sure that the people know what they have to do. Thank you very much, Dana. I would like to ask Valentina to speak about the differences in generations and how we can address this difference. First, it is to have a customized approach to processes and customized HR strategies for each category. So what is interesting for someone of 40 years old might be less interesting for someone at 20 years, but it is important to include them, to make team members want to be members of the team and want to learn from each other. You know, this new generation, they think, and that's true, that they perceive information easier and that they are very intelligent, which is true. But we need to find a way to show to them that they still have lots to learn from others. And also, our challenge for us is to show to other elder members of the team that they have what to learn from the so-called Z generation. For example, how easy they take decisions, and they somehow take the responsibility. So they don't only take a decision, but assume the consequences. So we have to get them together and motivate them to work together as a team. That would be the biggest challenge for this period. Thank you very much, Valentina. So Valentina is making easily the transition to the next panel after the coffee and music break. At the next panel, we will discuss about inclusiveness and diversity. We have Petru with us. Hopefully, Petru can hear us. Yes, I've solved the technical issue and I can hear you. I tried to develop my IT skills and also to develop the ability of reading lips. So I've managed to, so you see, some new competencies that we have also to learn in this new virtual digital world. So I have a question and I reserved it for you especially. So that's a question from our yesterday's participants. It's about how to manage remote teams, but with more variables, with more challenges. For example, to have a team from various components and with various time. So what ideas would you recommend to us? And with regards to team building activities, having this situation, we have a team from different continents with different time zones. That's a very difficult question, Svetlana. It's a challenging question, I would say. I don't have any practical experience of coordinating a team with members from different continents. And I'll be frank when saying that I didn't have such an experience. But I'll try to give you some ideas nevertheless. And a first idea I'm thinking about now, when you have teams from different continents, from different time zones, what you could do, well, the first idea, well, let's see how it used to be before. Not a live team building, but how did they communicate in such teams? These people used to have certain meetings what was the most appropriate timing for everybody. That would be a first aspect that I'm thinking about. Another one, we have to take into account the duration of a team building, because in virtual environment it's very difficult to be focused in front of a laptop and to have also tasks. I had 2-day online courses, and though the content was extremely good, but this anxiety that you feel sitting in a chair, looking at a monitor, you feel anxious. And so team building should not be longer than 3 hours, I believe. So I would focus on the duration of such a team building, and I would try also to find a common connection between all the teams. If the time is different, too different, or the gap is 10 or 12 years, that would be a huge challenge. But we could give some time to people to recover afterwards. For example, somebody from Asia with 12 hours difference compared to other country. So maybe the next day that person could take a day off. Also, for someone it might be during the night. You are at home, your family is sleeping, you can bother them as well. So you have to take this into account as well. And last but not least, maybe to design a concept when a team from a certain area with a smaller time difference can work on a certain task, and then to deliver this output to another team from other part of the world that will continue the idea and then send it back to the first team. So it will be a kind of circuit. So they will work in shifts and eventually produce a common result. And of course, then we'll need to have a 30 minutes or 1 hour common meeting to present the conclusions, the results of the final output produced with the contribution of sub-teams from different geographical areas. So these are the ideas I thought of right now. Great ideas, Petru. Dear panelists, thank you very much for this year's participation and for your contributions to supporting the HR community in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you for the mutual support, because by sharing we learn and we make steps forward, and we feel stronger when we know that the challenges that we are encountering is not only our challenges. There are others who have the same challenges and can help us, and together we'll be stronger. And now let's go for a break. We'll have a music break for 15 minutes. And meanwhile, you can have a coffee, you can move a bit, and we'll be back soon for the following panel. Thank you very much. Thank you, and have a great day. I will be with you. All the best. Also, thank you. I would like to wish you lots of health and
Hello there.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Gabriela.
Да.
Да? Очень приятно.
I hope you've enjoyed your coffee. And now we will continue with a new panel, very interesting, with diverse topics. We have international speakers. We have two speakers from Romania, Monica and Gabriela, and a speaker that you've heard last year as well, Clara from Sweden. I would like to welcome Gabriela Rishnovianu. She is an HR professional with more than 18 years experience, of which 17 years she has worked in large organizations and corporations like Raiffeisen Bank and Romanian Commercial Bank. Today, Gabriela will speak about neuroscience. That's an area which should be taken into account. A lot of psychology is involved in communication and interaction with people. And this neuroscience experience in neuroscience, Gabriela obtained by organizing various meetings via recruitment, change of organizational culture, transformation of the leadership model. And today she will share with us and will tell us what to pay attention to when we want to ensure a balanced transition in our organizations, focusing on these neuroscience elements. So, Gabriela, welcome, and thank you for accepting to be with us today and to share with your valuable experience. I'd like to welcome you, Svetlana, as well. Thank you for the nice words about me. I am full of emotions like every time when I participate in a conference, because I would like to deliver the proper information to everyone who is listening to me. And I would like to congratulate you for the effort made to organize this event, given that it is online. And I would like to congratulate the previous speakers and the following speakers as well for trying to share with their experience in order to improve things for the better. So let me share the screen first. So as Petru said earlier, the modern technique taught us lots of things. I hope you can see the screen, the presentation on the screen. And because I was inspired by a question earlier, how to make team building activities with teams consisting of members from different continents, I believe we can travel through our imagination. So let's make an exercise of imagination and try to imagine ourselves on a beach, the beach we like the most, the beach we dream of, and we can feel the wind, and we can feel the sun, and the sand is also warm. We can feel it, and we breathe, and we are in silence. So we start with an exercise of imagination. Valentina said that's about mindfulness. And I will speak about this as well, because our brain is a flexible and dynamic system. And if I were face to face, I would ask you, when did you speak with your brain the last time to discuss your life, success, colors, or threats, or security, or satisfaction, or attachment? And I'm sure that there are a lot of topics to discuss with your brain, but today I've decided uh, to share some things I have discovered when discussing with myself, with people in my organization, and with my children. So the main takeaways from today's discussions are some colors, and if you decide to change the colors in your life, for sure you will change the colors in the organization. And I'm not speaking about the logo or corporate communication. So myself, as a person passionate of development and an HR professional, I can tell you that after years of corporate life, I am living the most pandemic year of my life in a new shoes of entrepreneur. So let me show you how it helps me. So in today's trip, we will discuss about neuroscience, neuropsychology, and let's discover 4 big learnings about the brain. These are the learnings that I've learned. So we will remain with 2 colors, and we have some costs because we speak about with corporate people and entrepreneurs. And one thing that we can do differently, so that, as I say oftentimes, for the brain to work with us, not against us. Are you ready? If you could answer, it would be great. So the first thing that I've learned is that history repeats. And for sure, you have felt it yourself. We have felt oftentimes that when I try to change something, I was anchored fundamentally in some old limitative programs. Some classical examples. Starting with Monday, I will go to the gym, or starting with Monday, I will be on diet. And many Mondays have passed, but I have not mobilized myself, because once I postponed such an event, the brain recorded it. And when I want to mobilize myself again, it brings me the same energy. And unfortunately, we have the same result. Many times in the corporation, we had such statements. Let's ask for a budget increase. Let's change something in the culture of the company, or let's give more feedback. And people around said, no, 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 we've tried, nothing happened. But why things are like that? That was my question. And I started the researches in neuroscience about 10 years ago. But I can tell you that I've implemented them in my personal life, and I've started to live according to these principles. And when I started to change things in my life about 6 years ago, when I made a big personal change. And let's play a game like I do in my trainings. What do you feel when you're looking at this picture? So imagine what is happening in your body, what is happening in your uh, brain. And my kids, yes, they said, oh, great, he's so cute. And I said, do you feel the dopamine? And they asked me, dopa what? And what do you feel now? Oh, he's so cute. How many of you have these reactions? Of course, there are some people who love dogs. What do you feel when you see that? What is happening in your body? Well, something changes in our spirit. And we've just seen some pictures. We were not there. Or what do you feel now? Still dopamine or just adrenaline? I will change it quickly. I don't like it. Unfortunately, I don't like it as well. I wanted to put something with COVID, but I realized it's the same. And for sure, I am kind of used with such an image because it can look like anything in our corporate life. It can be a board meeting or a meeting in front of shareholders, or sometimes we are at a conference like this when we are with people that we don't know about and we don't know how to, or we have to present something to our peers. Our brain starts to convey into the body certain substances. And I would like to call the brain the biggest dealer of substances. And I will give you some information from various studies. Some studies show that heroin has only 20% of the value of natural endorphins. And with this information in the mind, won't it be better to learn what are the buttons in our brain that can deliver us good endorphins? But for us to have the same basis, to start from the same premises, for sure, you know this, most of you. What has happened when we saw the pictures? Various areas were activated in our brain, and our brain has developed in three big stages. I am hurrying in order to be able to give you as much information as possible. So we have the reptilian brain, that we have still the dinosaurs time. This brain is responsible for our survival. And we have the limbic system. And today we will discuss about amygdala, which is our emotional brain, is the center of emotions and attachment and motivation. And we have this huge area in the front side, the newest part of our brain, neocortex, the rational brain. So if before it was very important to survive today, but neurocortex came to say, look, we can travel back to learn from the past, or we can look forward to plan for the future. And when we ask cooperation, empathy, collaboration, when we set these as values of the company, we would like to use the neurocortex because it is the one that helps us walk in the shoes of others. But why do we have these pictures on this slide? I I am monitoring the neuroscience area, and Rick Hansen, a psychologist and researcher, has a metaphor that I liked a lot. And he says, if the reptilian would look like a reptile, the limbic brain looks like mice, and neurocortex looks like a monkey. So we have to be gentle with the reptile, not to make her angry, to feed the mice and to pet the monkey, because this gives us this feeling of attachment. Let's go even deeper. How have we survived? Well, because we have a system. Our brain, the amygdala, is the system that scans the threats. It's like the antivirus on our laptops, and this gives us a negativity bias. And what I want to say about the three categories of people and their amygdalas. A psychologist, Daniel Kahneman, he took the first model for economics. So he proved that most of us will put more effort in order to avoid a loss rather than to get a gain. Having this in mind, the researchers said there are three categories of people. People whose amygdala is impacted and reacts both by negative and positive events. There are other categories that are influenced only by negative stimuli. And there is a good news. There are people that are very much influenced by the positive stimulus. We call it happy amygdala. Why it's important to know this? Because those from happy amygdala focus on development. And I've seen that we have in our teams people. For example, I have two children. So one of them can be impacted easier by negative stimuli, others by positive. So though we live in the same family, and those having a negative amygdala focus on prevention, on preventing threats. So please keep in mind these questions. With whom you would like to be in a relationship? With a negative amygdala that is permanently scanning the threats, or with a happy amygdala? The good news is that the negative amygdala can be transformed into a happy amygdala. How? Well, I said an example. Starting with Monday, I'll do that. So by scanning the experiences, how do you feel? Frustrated or happy? Do you feel loved or do you feel lonely or rejected? Everything is based on how you choose to sort and store this information and experience in your brain. And when we make change or when we stay in a certain relationship, think about that. Do you avoid a loss when you choose to stay in a company or in a project, or do you rather focus on your development and gain? So I also promised some studies, because the lady earlier said that not all of us are motivated by emotions. Some of them need concrete data and figures. So there are many thousands of studies on this topic, where some volunteers, that was one of the first studies in Harvard, 70-year-old volunteers were invited to live for 1 week like in their youth period. So they would listen to the music they used to listen in the past, in 1957, eat the same food, wear the same clothes. And after the end of the week, they noticed that some of the volunteers were younger by about 25 years. And another study between placebo and the drug for a certain disease. So you can see how small is the difference between thinking that that's a good medicine and actually getting the medicine. Even more, we were discussing what we could do for people in organizations to feel more connected, especially in this year that was more difficult for us. There are people with various affections brought together, and some of them, besides the treatment, they would get some sessions of emotional support. It was not a psychological counseling. And at the end of the study, they have noticed how well they felt and what changes happened in their heart, liver, kidney, immune system, and health, mental health. So the question, but how is it possible? Or maybe you have an answer already. I'm just reminding this to you. For sure, you have this information already. Every time when a thought is generated in the brain, a biochemical reaction happens. A chemical substance is produced. The brain sends some chemical signals in the body, which are messengers of the thoughts. And when our body gets the messages from the brain, the body complies and responds to the thought. Moreover, they send to the boss there and say, I feel exactly as you think. And then I have my second lesson. Well, if I feel exactly as if I feel exactly as I think, it means I have the power to change the things inside of myself. So here is myself in two life situations. If I would ask you, what color would you give to my brain? Well, the first one is when I feel sad, not secure, disappointed maybe. I did not know what to do next. And here I have a moment of happiness, of gratitude, well-being. And for sure, I had different chemicals in my body, but everything started from here. The idea is the following: our experiences, be it here or here, count not only for that moment, but for the long term as well, because they leave traces in our brain and in our body. Happiness, love, anxiety, joy, everything changes the connections between neurons, and we choose to live in two colors. So we have a possibility to choose between green and red. So I'm wearing green, as you can see. So why have I chosen this metaphor? Because we spend a lot of time in traffic. So we see these colors at the traffic light. So that could be a good anchor and a good way to think about it. So every time when you want to cross the road, think like this: am I red in my brain? Do I go to this meeting with a red brain or with a green brain? But let me tell you what it means. So researchers say that our brain has two native states, one red and one green. So one reactive, when we react to something, and the other one is very receptive. So when we feel safe, when we feel well, our system of screening for threats hushes, and we enter the receptive mode. We are calm, relaxed, like today in today's conference, and we start to feel empathy, compassion, kindness, happiness. Of course, we meet challenges when we have a green brain, but they do not become stressing factors. If we are having a green brain, other people come to us. I don't have to go to them and persuade them. In general, emotions are positive here. I don't like to divide emotions in positive and negative, but let's call them positive. And I treat events with empathy. On the other side, when we are anxious because we're afraid of losses, we are afraid of the conditions we are worried, we are irritated, we're pressed, disappointed, excluded, criticized. So it's time to stop. We have a red brain. The amygdala sends a message from the reptilian brain and say either fight or run away. So if we have a discussion about the budget, we have a discussion about the feedback. It depends on the manager, how they set up the feedback meetings, a discussion about pandemic, everything, any word can trigger such a reaction. But there is a good news here as well. We have 7 seconds for us to choose if we stay in green or we go to red. That's why I say that power is in our heads. We have 7 seconds. I say, okay, I had a tough discussion, but now I choose to breathe and remain green. Or I go into the next Zoom, to the next discussion with team members with a red brain. That's it. They have to cope with me. Why am I saying that it's difficult to stay for long periods with a red brain? All of us have red brains. We talk on a certain tone with our children, with our partner, with people in our team. So it would be good to have fewer red states, because this state generates some long-term costs. It would be good for you not to have ever experienced them, because they are related to depression, anxiety, uh, post-traumatic stress, obsessive compulsive disorder. For example, don't move the books. Everything should be arranged properly. Or panic attacks. No, that's a budget. I've worked. Unfortunately, we had to experience the costs generated by red brain, and I've started to pay attention to this area recently. Why? Because people here live in the reptilian brain of survival, and they spend a lot of time to avoid losses, to avoid trauma. And when we spend a lot of time in red brain, something is happening physically in our body. All the inflammations in our body are increasing. Our immunity system is decreasing. Our heart, the cardiovascular disease is being worn out. Sometimes in the long run, neurons in the brain are affected. The memory is somehow weakened. And this does not happen only in old people, but this happens with people who choose to live with a red brain. So I'm just wondering how these costs will impact my life, because I was very close to this state. I know people in my team, in my family, in my organization that are very close to this red brain. So this results in burnout. I know that these days we are monitoring the COVID statistics, but there are people who are choosing to monitor the mental health statistics. More than half of sick leaves are due to mental health. I don't know when we have such data for our country, but you can see that this is the problem of these times, of these generations, as Svetlana said, with regards to generations. And the third thing that I want to say is that a good brain costs, because you need to invest efforts to have a good brain. So let's remember, one, the history repeats itself. It depends how you sort out the emotions and how you register. The negative amygdala can be turned into a happy one, and I have 7 seconds to choose what brain I want to have next, a green one or a red one. And the third takeaway is that a good brain costs. And when I started to make more researches in neuroscience, I'm thinking how I could persuade people from business, from the company that I used to work, that there is an impact. And I said, look, a red brain generates costs, a green brain generates benefits. And you can see a couple of them: leadership, motivation, performance, productivity, engagement, collaboration, retention, brand of the company, of the team can be impacted. It depends how big the organization is. So those who live in the red brain have a high stress level. And imagine how his or her leadership style looks like, how his or her motivation looks like. they're always scanning for threats. And when you are always scanning for threats, then there is no room for empathy, because the oxygen and glucose leaves the neurocortex, and the warehouse depletes. And how can you take resources from an empty warehouse? And year by year, the motivation, the performance decreases, the engagement decreases, the collaboration decreases with other departments, and so on. The retention, people, I think, start to apply for various jobs. They want to leave, and the brand decreases. I was involved in recruitment in many areas in the country. In some areas, it was impossible to recruit, for example, Solina. And some people would say the reputation of the person who is coordinating this team is so, let's put it like this, not so good on the market, that people don't want to come, not even to the interview, because he was always in the red brain. And as an organization, the profit goes down, and you will notice that things are not as good as you want them to be. On the other side, if you have teams who stay with a green brain, imagine the leadership. It's the leader who says, let's do it. We can do it. Let's organize this conference. Though it's pandemic, though it's difficult, though it will be online, and we need more resources to create such a beautiful experience. The motivation of people, yes, we can do it. Let's move on. Let's see what resources we have, what budget we have. I can't do it now, but that's what I can do for you. And the discourse changes. Everything that a red brain would say it won't work, a green brain say it's possible. Duke University made a study in an insurance company in USA after a well-being program. So all people in the organization adhered to a well-being program, half of a day a week, and their stress level started to decrease. The quality of sleeping started to improve, and even the inflammations, the pains that they reported started to decrease. And they could measure this, and they improved the productivity by 62 minutes per week. And the fourth great finding of mine is that to change the brain, you need to change the mind. As I've said earlier, the mind and any thought that we have impacts the brain. And from this routine that we wake up in a certain way, that we drink our coffee from the cup we like the most, we look in the morning, we brush our teeth, the whole ritual is done in the same way for years and years, and we have already a pattern in our brain about how our mornings should look like. But it means that we can change it as well. And before I finish my presentation, I would like to say something about rewiring happiness. What does it mean? In neuroscience, we have a principle. It is also called Hem law, which says that the nervous cells that are joined at a certain moment, they are connected in the same circuit, and we create roads between neurons. And if we want to improve the quality of our life, we need to redesign the roads between or among the neurons in our brain. But how can we do that? We need to have positive experiences. I've said that the negative amygdala is scanning the threats, negative experience. So I need to have positive events. But how do I do it? I choose some small things. Now, for example, I will finish this presentation with you. I will close my eyes and I say, look, I was on time, I spoke in a structured way, I conveyed the information. That's good. I feel happy with myself. This means taking a positive experience, and I enjoy this. And moreover, be present. Mindfulness is the state of presence, of being in contact with us. It's beyond productivity. It's becoming human again. And I would like to leave you with this thought: mindful, and I am sure mindful or mindful. From nice to have, there are many companies that introduced mindfulness programs for their executives. It's not the only thing that we can do to be always on the green part. And studies showed that those that practice mindfulness have increased the gray material. They have a thicker cortex. So, as we have so many studies, I want you to think about the following. What would it be for you to start today training for a better life? And as we have started our discussion on a beach, let's go back to the same beach. We feel the wind, we feel the sun, and we feel the sand, and we look at the sea, and we breathe, and we have a green brain. Thank you very much. Dear Gabriela, thank you very much for this exceptional presentation. When you spoke about the beach, I thought about the beach Alan spoke about yesterday. I felt the wind, I felt the sand, I felt calm, but those elements of team appeared. So it means that the agenda is well structured and we still have lots of things to be done yet. So thank you very much. And I want to help you. I want you to help us find an answer to the following question. I was thinking about it throughout your whole presentation. How could I figure and what should I do when I realize that I have a green brain and I meet someone with a purple or a very, very red brain, regardless of the role of that colleague in the organization? So how can I understand that my colleague has a red brain, and what could I do to help him or her change the color, at least from red to orange, and then step by step to reach green? So in practical life, what I could do in such a situation so that I can apply this in my daily activity, or even at home? How can we change the colors of our brain? I will start with at home. When Radesh comes and say, "Mommy, I don't want to go to the school tomorrow," I say, "Look, let's think like this. Is it an emotion from the green brain or red brain?" Of course, they know the difference between these colors. So the first things I would do, Svetlana, for you to remain green brain, breathe, stay green, and be aware of the state that you want to find solutions when you meet the person in front of you, and for you to understand that that person is going through a certain period. Thing number two, you should see what is the interest of that person from this meeting, what that person wants to obtain, because these are some triggers or buttons on that brain, either that he or she wants to have more autonomy or to have the status recognized or would like for things to be correct. And then certain words can be used that are imported and would disarm the other person, but you need to know what it is important for them to get from that meeting. So we have to always discuss at home to know what are the expectations from this relationship, from this discussion, from this conference. And thing number three, if we implement neuroscience programs in organizations, then it would be good for everybody to adhere to these programs, so that when we can have the same discussions as I'm having with my children. So I ask them, are you talking from your red brain, or can we go back to the green brain. I hope I managed to answer your question. Yes, thank you very much. You've challenged me for sure. I will continue to explore this area and how it can be implemented in practice, and also to share with our colleagues from the human resources the progresses and success stories. Thank you very much, Gabriela. And now I would like to welcome the other speaker. I will move to English because our speaker speaks English. For those who would like to listen in English, I will encourage you to change the channels.
To welcome and to thank Clara Bodin from Telia Company that she accepted to be with us this year also, and to share from her experience of diversity, of inclusion and diversity in our companies. So Clara is a professional in HR. Now she is the global lead for Telia Inclusion and Diversity program. Before that, she used to be the HR director for Telia Eurasia region, and she has a very vast experience of working in post-Soviet territory, in working in Russia and Ukraine for Swedish companies. She has been the country director for Oriflame, and in 2011 she got the award of the best Swede abroad for her excellent experience and practice in leading the HR business in consultancy being abroad. Clara has the master degree in economics from Uppsala, Sweden University, and she is also member of the diversity charter boards. Her passion is to make Telia the best employer with the best chances for diversity. Clara, can you hear us?
Yes, I can both hear, but I can't see you.
You can't see me?
No, but the most important thing, I guess, is that you hear and see me.
Yes, welcome. Very happy to have you here. Last year you've been here in Chisinau. Yes, and we continue looking forward now to learning from the best practices of yours, being part of Telia, the biggest Nordic telecom operator with more than 21,000 of employees in Baltics and Nordics. So we know that you are a best example in these programs of diversity and inclusion, and you are the driver for that, with your personal values that you share in your professional and personal life.
Oh, what an introduction. Bună ziua, mulțumesc, добрый день, коллеги. Thank you very much for this fantastic introduction. I'm very glad to be here today. What I'm going to do is that when I started out in this job as global lead for diversity and inclusion in my company, I needed to have a lot of arguments to drive the change forward for a more diverse and inclusive company. So I have set together a slide pack that with all of these arguments that I will give to you afterwards, after the seminar. And I will also go through what kind of process changes we have been through when it comes to HR processes. And then I'll also talk a little bit about our best-in-class initiatives, if we put it that way. And I will be happy then to take questions afterwards. All right, so would you be so kind to share my slides?
We do have them.
Thank you. So I will talk on the theme. First, I will talk about diversity being a business imperative, setting the scene on what is going on today, and also giving you the arguments for why, because we do get questions on why is this a business imperative. You can continue to roll, and then I will just say next. Yeah. So there are many benefits with having a diverse workplace. Here is a summary of them all. I will deep dive into a couple of them. But I mean, what company doesn't want to have higher innovation rates, increased profits, better company reputation, increased creativity, and so on? But how is this possible to get this from diversity? Next slide, please. So studies, and now I'm not talking about my own studies, I'm talking about Boston's consultancy group, McKinsey, Forbes Institute, and so on. They can report higher innovation revenues for those companies who have above average diversity scores. So with gender diversity and ethnic diversity. Let's continue. Performance. Okay, so this again, when women hold executive positions, these companies are more profitable. So the most gender equal companies in this research were outperforming the national average. Let's continue. Decision making. Who doesn't want a company where we make good but quicker decisions? Here you can see how decision making process quickens by adding on the more diverse groups of leadership that you have. Look at all male and look at age and gender and geographic diversity. That's a huge difference between a good decision is made from 58 to 87%. Just a question, so can you see me while I'm talking, or are you only seeing my slides?
We can see you as well.
Yes, we see you.
Can see me as well, yes? Okay, good, thank you. All right, so revenue, EBITDA, here also, gender diverse companies will outperform with 50% and ethnically diverse companies even more. We can continue. Okay, so let's go back to the branding thing. I mean, we have been talking for years about employer branding, and I know that this is a thing that also the former speaker prior to me was talking about. Now, actually, in Glassdoor, I don't know if you know them, but we can get back to that later. They asked questions to job seekers, and actually 67% of job seekers actually say that a diverse workforce in their new employer is important. We can continue. So, and this is of course repetition for all of you out there, HR professionals, but you know the importance of the employer brand. It has been always important, but in the kind of VUCA and virtual world that we live in now, where information about bad reputations, about companies travel with the speed of light, you also know that employer branding and employee branding is a key to success, to talent attraction. Next slide, please. Now, let's go into, now that I've been talking so much about how great diversity is and how many benefits it gives, let's talk a little bit about it looking from the other side, about homogeneity, about homogeneous groups. What drawbacks can we find if we are too homogeneous? So homogeneous, that is a group where members and parts are more or less the same. And since they have this similar life experience and they see the world in the same way, they won't really examine a problem. And we have a lot of problems today in our companies, in our crazy world. So we need these multiple points, but look at them. Yeah, we need more dissenting opinions. Absolutely, sir. And they all look the same. Please continue. I want to give you an example of a huge scandal that comes from the result of a homogeneous group. we're all busy with thinking about artificial intelligence nowadays, don't we? But sometimes we forget to think of who is actually behind the programming of artificial intelligence. And in very, very many cases, there's not a heterogeneous team behind it. It's same age, same gender, almost only men that are working with artificial intelligence. And when you put biased data in, you get biased results, right? So Amazon wanted to be smart. They wanted to have an AI hiring tool. That tool took all the CVs and people that Amazon had hired the latest 15 years, put it into the program. And since Amazon had been recruiting mostly men, this tool started discriminating against women. Also, there has been several scandals with facial recognition. We know that facial recognition is coming more and more. Well, there were only white guys doing the programming, so the facial recognition didn't recognize Black people. Next slide, please. All right, so let's go from these bad examples back to some more on diversity. Okay, so we looked at some of the results of homogeneous groups, but if you have a diverse team of people with different life experience and upbringings and so on, you will have more insights and creative in finding solutions. And I think this is extra important when it comes to product development and serving our customers, because our customers out there, and we have a global world to think about, they are diverse. So we need to mirror our customers. Please continue. Here's another good example of a company that had to rethink. I think you all know Barbie. When you think of Barbie, you might think of this very, very skinny blonde doll with blue eyes, right? But Mattel, it's the company behind Barbie, they had a huge drop in sales. And the thing was that when they they didn't understand why, but when they researched it, they understood that children and parents, they couldn't identify with this perfect white-skinned Barbie with no defections, so to say. So as of 2014, they have changed their strategy, and now you can buy a Barbie that has any kind of profession and represents different persons in society, with skin color, with height, with body size, disability, and so on. And they have taken a huge rise in sales. So they have regained their sales. We can continue. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to share with you some of the best examples. I would like to share with you how we practice this in Telia Company. Now, we have a gender equality framework that we work on. It is an equality framework that is smart enough to encompass all this diversity. But I would like to highlight something here, and that is about data. We use HR systems. I'm sure you use all kinds of HR systems with all participants out there. And as of today, the only two things that we can do analysis on, and HR analysis and workforce data, is two parameters, gender and age. So we started off on the beaten path on gender. So that's what we can measure. But our equality framework is built on our code of conduct and our people policy, which is no discrimination and harassment. It's also built on 100% equal opportunity. It's founded in the UN Gender Equality number 5, but we have expanded it, and we say that we want to have 100% equal opportunity for women and men and all others to equally lead and develop our company. The kind of radical goal that we have is 50-50. That's our real gender goal. So we are a tech company. So we have an overrepresentation of men in our tech and sales professions. And these groups are the largest part of our company in terms of workforce. And that means that we have, at the moment, 37% women and the rest are men. And we also have inequalities when it comes to, let's say, power. So a woman in Telia can work anywhere. She can work in tech, she can work in finance, customer service, and so on. She can be a manager, she can be a top manager, but the further up we go, the hierarchy, the less women there are. And our top management women are from the support functions. So the small groups. So we wait, hold on a second, just 1 second, I will dwell. So our goal is to have gender balance in all jobs and all management levels, and gender balance of the workforce. I also want to talk a little bit about our 100% goals. It has not only got to do with career growth and so on, it also has to do with that we are 100% compliant towards the law, and that we are also 100% life friendly. And what does life friendly mean? That means that we are an employer that anywhere where you are in life, if you are a parent or if you are someone that is taking care of a sick or an elderly relative, you should still have the same opportunities, and that the company is there to make you successful and have equal opportunities. Let's continue. I will show you how we measure these things. We have been working a lot with how to make gender then. Again, we are measuring gender because that's where we have our workforce data, okay? So we have been trying to visualize our gender challenges by using our workforce data. And here are some examples on how we do it. So these figures are not correct. This is just mere for you to have a look at how things work, right? So we understand how we are different per country. We understand how our job families are divided. We understand how the trends are looking for employees in general and female managers in general. And we measure the very crucial gender KPI called female manager ratio versus female workforce, which is called an equal opportunity KPI. That is a classic gender KPI measuring that if you have, for example, 40% women in your workforce, you should also have 40% female managers. You can have a look at this later, so let's see if we continue a bit to the next slide. Okay, so equal pay. Are we paying the same salary for the same job? That is also something that we measure. And then we look also at the other questions, like how big is the pay gap and why is it so big? I've talked about hierarchy before, like what gender gets promoted and so on. We look at typical female jobs, and we look also at redundancies. I know that you HR colleagues are out there, and there's a lot of turbulence going on. There's a lot of redundancies, outsourcing, streamlining, and so on going on. Here, I want to say that do put on a gender, and if you can, age perspective on your redundancies. Be careful that you are not letting certain parts of the workforce go. But coming back to life friendly, we are also looking at what is the percentage of men on paternity leave? You might ask yourself, okay, why are we looking at that? Well, research has shown that the more men take paternity leave, the better the work climate and career opportunities become for both genders. If an employer sees a male parent and a female parent as exactly the same kind of, let's say, person, then we will not have the problems, and we will decrease the problems that we have when women go out of the workforce, and when they come back, their career development is stalled. Let's continue. Here is an example of a Telia gender equality plan. And here are some examples of what was put in the gender equality plan for this year. And you can see that there are certain goals that you can have. I will give you this, you can have a look at it later. But there were 4 areas that this country identified through workforce data that they knew that they had a problem with. And they put up some goals connecting to our gender equality framework. For example, decreasing the outflow of women, equal pay in equal jobs for everyone that is entering the new jobs into Telia, and correcting old mistakes. Looking at development, who is being promoted, who is being endorsed, who is getting the best performance rating, and really scrutinizing this performance management process from a gender equality perspective. And as I said, we are a tech company, so we have a gender disbalance within our company due to professional segregation. That's why the focus here is also there. Now I'm coming into what we do then. Okay, so there are some processes that we have gone through. For example, we have training packages for managers and employees. First, an unconscious bias training, and then a module for employees. And for our managers, we have integrated diverse, inclusive leadership into our management training, and we have recruiting without bias training that is compulsory for all our managers. We have focused during 2020 on our recruiters. We have decided that recruitment is crucial to creating impact. So the whole talent acquisition community in Telia Company know and are aware and work towards more diversity in our workforce. We get some awards and rankings for this. We should not forget about engagement. And I would say that engagement from the staff is very evident in this question. And it also tells us that our workforce is diverse, very diverse. You can see some examples here. It's mostly concerning women in tech events and development programs, sponsor programs for women and so on. We also have a women's network all over our countries. But I also want to highlight that we have been changing our brand and our platform. Let's continue to the next slide. I will show you. Okay, all right. Okay, I will get back to the initiatives. I just want to talk a little bit about how we've been working with recruitment, since we think that this is so important and where we can create the most impact in short time. Here's a slide just for your convenience about why diversity in hiring matters. We can continue. Now, this is a couple of snips from our recruitment training for all hiring managers. We go, for example, through norms. Okay, so we make our managers very aware of the norms that exist in society, and how they can become aware of them and think twice if they are being affected by these norms or not, when they are choosing candidates, when they are looking at CVs, and when they are interviewing and selecting. There are in the Western world the so-called 7 norms. Being white is the norm, basically. Women and men behave and do things in different ways. I mean, I'm talking about the norms, right? The age is about, at a certain point of life, you are supposed to do this and that. And when you are above a certain age, well, then you are not as interesting, for example, for the labor market. The age discrimination we can see is flagrant. I'm not talking about Telia Company. I'm talking about Western Europe. The hetero norm, presuming that the world is heterosexual. The ability norm, that we are not open and caring enough for those who are not able. The religion norm, that's a company that we are looking in as Christians, so to say, at the things that we do and structuring our work around that. and the cis norm, which is that the norm is that we all identify with the sex that we were born with. The opposite of cis is trans. Let's continue. This is a busy slide. I'm sorry for that. But this is about the questions that we make our recruitment managers aware of in their recruitment process. Their biases, their prejudices, yes? How are you actually missing out on amazing applicants due to that you are deselecting them because of your biases? Here it's very important, and this is what we're pressing a lot for, that we use standardized and structured interviews and asking questions in the same fashion to all candidates once we have made a unbiased selection, of course, when they come to our company. Let's continue. So, yeah, take a second to study this slide. I don't see any valid applicants. And let's see if we try to work with our biases and our prejudices in the next slide. Yeah, that's where we want our managers to be mentally, so that we can enjoy the talent that is out there that at times is being overlooked. Let's continue. I also want to highlight what we've been doing a lot of work about how we write our job ads based on the principles of inclusive marketing. Research has shown, and I can give you links later and if you're interested, that the way that you write your advertisement, it creates a lot of desired and undesired effects. So we are using a tool, it's free of charge, it's online, it's called Catman Field Gender Decoder, and there are other tools as well, but this one is for free, where you can take your job advertisement and you put it in there, and the algorithm tells you if it is a male ad, or if it's a female ad, or if it's a neutral ad. So we use all of this in our advertisements to make sure that our ads are inclusive and they are not scaring away talents that we would like them to apply. Next, please. We've very much reworked our employer branding. We've been trying hard to show the diversity of our workforce in professions, in genders, in age, in skin color, in nationality, and so on, to make sure that no matter who you are, of what minority you might be, you can identify and see that this looks like a place where there is a fun and a good environment for everyone. Let's continue. I come back to this. I was asked to talk a little bit more about what we do outside of gender. I am very proud because this week we received the prize as the most LGBTQ-friendly employer of the year. And this goes for all our countries. We have, when it comes to engagement of our staff, they're very engaged, right? So we have Pride every year in all our countries. But this year, due to COVID, we did a virtual global Pride. And what we have done, we have engagement events 4 times per year with different themes. Around the 8th of March, we have a so-called Female Role Model Day, where we are inspiring young women and students to study for a tech degree. I can tell you, and I want to invite you actually to our event in December. We are lifting the question of ageism and age discrimination and how to include all ages in the workplace. We do this mainly for our own employees and managers, but we decided in the beginning of the year that we are opening up our 4 events per year for anyone that wants to join outside of Telia company. This has been very well received, And last time we had an event, we had 1,000 people joining, where about 30 to 35% was outside of Telia. So very welcome to join us on December 16th on an event where we learn more about including all ages in the workplace with an amazing speaker lineup. We also work with integration. Now, the integration of, let's say, foreign people, immigrants, or other groups in society that have another ethnic minority is a different problem in different countries where we operate. In Lithuania and Estonia, it's the Russian minority. In Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, it is immigrants that have fled, mostly refugees from war. So we have embarked on mentorships and internships for people, for refugees. And in our Baltic countries, we have been putting up diversity hubs, which is, well, basically networks for any person or outside of Telia to come and discuss and learn more about these questions. Let's continue. Okay, I want to dwell a little bit about Life Friendly again and tell you how we are working with Parent Smart. Here we have a typical sporty Telia dad on parental leave. So in Telia, we are in the Nordic countries and rolling this out into the Baltics. We are promoting that male employees and male leaders take parental leave as a role modeling towards other men in our company and outside our company, as we know that this will drive less sick leave among women, less leaves among women, and both better career opportunities for both parents and a more work-life balanced life. Let's continue. Okay, I want to highlight really one of the finest inclusion, let's say a proof that we have really delivered on our inclusion ambition. And that is when our own employees nominated us for being the most LGBTQ friendly employer of the year. And here's a picture of Andreas. He is a store director in Telia Sweden. And I really like to show you this quote because I think it says a lot about the individual's, let's say, benefit and the benefit to the company. My energy and my creativity increases when I can be myself. Continue. There we are. Mulțumesc. I will be happy to take your questions.
Clara, thank you so much for your sharings, for specific examples of activities that can be taken with us and go in our companies. And I have got a question from Tatiana, and she was wondering what are the next, the first steps that an HR professional, director, manager, responsible would have to take so that as of tomorrow, he or she comes back to the CEO and says that we want to include the diversity and inclusion as a focus priority in our agenda, and she or he wants to convince the CEO to have this on board and to have the CEO as part of this priority. So,
yeah, very good question. Excellent. And I can tell you because I've been through this myself. Now, Telia management has been, of course, very supportive, but there are always things on the agenda, other things on the agenda, of course. Yes. Yeah. So what I would recommend this person to do is that, first of all, this person, depending on where this person is placed in the hierarchy of the organization, if it's the vice president of HR, that's one thing. If it's a specialist, it's another thing. But the person needs to check out first, where in the organization can I find some positive examples and allies, friends in the business who have seen the benefits of a more diverse workforce. So he or she has to understand where these allies and champions are. And if there are no champions, then this person should start a pilot somewhere fitting. Okay, so the other thing that I would do, there are three things. That's the first thing. The second thing I would do then, if she or he gets an hour, 30 minutes with the CEO, and this CEO is new to the question, I would give him or her this kind of presentation showing from the most well-reputed firms on our planet, basically. I mean, McKinsey, Forbes, BCG, etc., where they can actually prove that diversity has a business imperative, because the connection to the business is, of course, must be there and must be clear. So, and then the third thing that I would do is that I would find out a little bit about how are we actually doing in our company when it comes to equality. And even if you are not sitting on the most wonderful HR workforce system, you can do very much also in Adin S or whatever you have records of your staff, because I can assure you that in your records, you will have certain parameters that you know about your staff. It is hiring and exit data. You will know the gender, you will know the age, you will know what profession they have, and you know what business unit they belong to. And already using, and you know what grading they are in a company. Knowing only those 5 things, you can find out a lot about the snapshot of your challenges. You might know more in Moldova than we are allowed to know in Sweden. We can record only gender and age as of now. So maybe you can do better intersectional workforce analysis than I was able to do in the beginning. Those 3 things.
Thank you so much, Clara. So data analysis, the introspection, the analysis of the current situation, and then from that point to make the plan and go forward with the priorities. And another question regarding you have been sharing very well some activities on integration and inclusion of different groups. So what you know very well our post-Soviet communities and regions. So you've been part of our region. What would be your recommendation on the best activities of inclusion and diversity to be held, so that from the cultural perspective also these will work very well, and to promote the integration and inclusion of all the different kind of groups, like people with disabilities, people of different ages, people of different generation, people with different profiles. Some of them are more creative, some are more structured, and the recruiters attempt to stick to a model of the profile that is already like set in the company, so that it doesn't differ.
Now
sometimes.
You are asking the $1,000,000 question, Svetlana, and you're asking it in a very long way with many examples. I think that it is all about a slow culture, a cultural transformation of the mindset, right? So raising the awareness for all employees and all managers is kind of the foundation of it all. And having top management, and this is very important, that top management thinks that this is important, that will be understood and cascaded by the rest of the organization. And I think it goes back also to, code of ethics and code of conduct and so on. I mean, when people if you link it to that, when people breach certain things, they get there are consequences, right, for that. So it's training, and also I would like to talk a little bit about legal compliance. It is actually so that in your countries, in the post-Soviet territory and so on, there are actually rules that an employer needs to follow when it comes to anti-discrimination. It is for pregnant women, for disabled groups, and so on. When it comes to different ethnic minorities in the company, I would look at it not only from inclusion perspective, that we are open for everyone and everyone has a good environment with us and a good career and so on. It's also about mirroring the society. And if you mirror the society, and especially when it comes in looking at the jobs, for example, that are connected to the clients, we need to be able to cater for the clients in our country that, for example, do not speak Moldovan, they speak Russian or other languages, and they also need to have their customer service in their language.
Exactly.
And if I'm a Russian speaking Moldovan, right? What company will I choose to have as a banking service, for example? One where I can call on the phone and press 2 for Russian language, or one where I come to a bank clerk that doesn't speak Russian to me when I have needs at the bank, for example.
So this is about business, yes. So
very much about business, yeah.
Business and values in the business.
Business and values, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Clara, again for your sharings. Like usually, like all the times, you were to the point with the best practices, with your inspiration in the subject, because we know that you are driving that culture in Telia, and that brought you the prizes. And I wish you much success in this direction, and to continue to be the role model for the world in the non-discrimination, in inclusion, in diversity, and in the best practices of the culture promotion. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening and inviting me, and I hope to see you back next year.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay,
Bye.
la revedere.
La revedere. Mulțumim foarte mult, Clara, și acum
Thank you very much, Clara. And now let's move to the Romanian channel, because we have the next presenter, Monica Oltean, who will share with us with the best practices she'll speak about health and well-being. I tried to translate this term of well-being, but in English it has a broader connotation. So Monica is Health and Well-being Director of Max Relax and Wellington Company. This is a company promoting these concepts and programs, products at corporate level in Romania. For 12 years, Monica has experience in marketing, conducting events, public relations and communication activities. And in the past 5 years, Monica, together with Wellington, has developed a number of corporate programs to improve the well-being of employees in Romania and in the region. Monica is one of the few professionals in Romania who is certified for Romania and for Eastern Europe in this area. And I invite Monica to share with her experience and to guide us on how to create and develop correct corporate culture with advantages for our employees and for our businesses, especially during this period. Thank you very much, Svetlana. Thank you for the invitation. I think that this period, though we have seen so many negativities, I believe it also brought many opportunities. So one of the opportunities is to speak to you at this conference without having to travel. So that's an honor for me. Thank you very much for the invitation. So let me share the screen for you to see my presentation. I hope you can see it. Please tell me if you can see well my presentation. So first, I would like to tell you something about us, who we are, because it's never enough to tell what we can do for companies and how we can help them to be better performing. We are the first company who brought corporate wellness to Romania, and hopefully we can offer it to other countries as well. So we have turnkey programs or customized programs for their objectives, for their business objectives, and what they can offer to the employees. Of course, we focus on health. So if you, yes, I also like this word well-being, but yes, indeed, that's the well-being of the employee, physically, mentally, emotionally, and so on and so forth. So yes, indeed, we have certified, I am certified as a corporate wellness specialist because I needed a that would underpin the development of these programs so that we can build everything from scratch for companies, or we can change the programs that they already have and have long-term results. That's the most important thing. The part of corporate well-being is not a sprint, it's something constant, it's a marathon that we have to run, and it's like a Chinese drop that we need to use in order to get results and changes. Our customers actually are companies that are employee focused, so they put the employee at the center of their efforts. They want the employees to be healthy, to be happy, to have a green mind, as Gabriela has said earlier, to have a good working environment. And now more than ever, it does not matter where the employees works, they need to have a healthy environment and of course a balanced life. These companies have a responsibility towards these employees to give them the most appropriate environment so that they are productive, and they will be much more involved, much more loyal to the companies, and this is proven by all these studies made in this area. And obviously, with this involvement, the employer will have better results than other companies who do not do anything in this regard. So they'll have much better results in terms of employer branding and experience, the whole experience. So what are these programs about? Because many people believe that these are just some benefits that we take and give to employees. Well, we have structured them in 7 pillars, and some organizations have adopted them fully, others have adopted only a part of them and are still to adopt others to a higher or lower extent. Some of them are physical benefits, such as massage, that used to be in the past. Now we give courses of massage up to nutrition that has become very important during this period. And we know very well that it helps us increase our immunity, sports and movement. We are spending a lot of time in the chair and it's not healthy to do it. And of course, sleeping without a relaxing sleep, our brain cannot work properly. And of course, the spiritual side, we have to relax, we have to meditate. The mindfulness that Gabriela was speaking about, that's exactly what it means. The emotional side, we have to recognize our emotions, the emotional states that we are in, and to be able to address them, to know what to do with them, in order not to collect them so that they burst out all of a sudden. So we speak about stress management, positive mindset, work-life balance. We continue with environmental area. Many people ignore the environment around us, but we have to take care where we are, what we are doing to feel well. Obviously, that's about social involvement in recycling, sustainable lifestyle, financial side, which maybe many companies have not focused on that in particular, but the more employee know what to do with their money, the more information and education they have in the financial area, the employee will not have the stress related to their finances. It will disappear, the stress will disappear. Uh, the intellectual side, so in addition to workshops and the newest form, webinars, various forms that we create with our things that art therapy, or mental wellness was mentioned already. And of course, the social area, being a parent, how to better spend your life in the family, in the couple, with your partner. That's a very important thing, and for sure, many people will include it in their well-being programs. And the most important takeaways from my presentations are the following. It's about the new roles that the HR specialist will have, or the HR department will have in the future, because we know very well that things have changed a lot, and this crisis brought to us somehow a lot of uncertainty. The changes were sharp or uncomfortable, I would say, and that is why we had to adjust really quickly. So everything that happens forces us to adjust ourselves. We have to develop other things. We have to become more resilient, and also we will discuss about the change happened with the well-being. So it's not only about benefits provided to employees. This is already a must that we should have, something that we cannot ignore anymore. Employees need resources and tools to fight these threats coming from outside. They are not from our organization, they're not from within our environment. And also the digital part, because we have digitalized ourselves, we cannot ignore it. And finally, how we've managed to adjust during this period and what we offered to our customers in this area, and will continue to offer, because that will be an integral part of what we are doing and what we'll do in the future. Regarding HR, obviously, we had a challenging period, and the HR professionals were somehow were put in the front line because it was about the safety of employees, their mental state, so they had to provide support. I will show you a video for you to see how this period looked like and the feedback of those that have spoken during this period.
Mă scuzați?
My apologies, a small technical error. Let me find the presentation and put it on the screen.
Așa, bun.
So it doesn't want to work with me. So that was what HR managers did. They just had to be firefighters. They had to put out fires. That was their role. For sure, this virus, this pandemic, has changed a lot our relationship with the working environment, and obviously it also changed the role of HR in the organization. So now HR has a great opportunity to do some changes, to somehow orient the HR strategy, and that's obviously a responsibility to give the competencies and skills required by employees so that they can cope with anything they would need during this period. Okay. Let's continue. I would like to tell you something about the role of the HR. HR will have lots of roles in the future, and those from Real Business Review have presented an article about the Cognizant Center for Futures of Work, and about 100 HR specialists came together and they told their opinion how HR role will look like in the future. And they believe that the HR role will be multi-directional. And one of the directions that we've seen is the one of well-being manager or well-being director. This well-being manager will have many responsibilities and will be about developing a long-term strategy in order to ensure the employees' well-being, and we'll need to help employees develop the resilience I was talking about earlier. Unfortunately, we live in an environment where the organization and the employees have this culture of always on. They sit in the chair and we have to always be present in front of the computer. And we have a constant stress because what has happened? The professional and personal life somehow merged, they are overlapping, and currently we are somehow bombarded. So we don't have this clear separation between the professional life and family life anymore. And this separation can be achieved again, but I believe the organization can help us with that. We know very well that when you have this stress related to your overlapping professional and family life, this will impact your performance on the job as well. We cannot ignore the fact that the organization and the health of the employees on all areas, physical, psychological, emotional, should be our main focus. Moreover, now more than ever, the employees need to be supported, and the company should be interested not only in the employee per se, but should be somehow be interested in their family. They should make sure that everybody is well so that the employee has good performances.
Să dau aici resume share, pentru că mi-a dat un mesaj, sper că se vede. Bun. V-am spus de faptul că organizația trebuie să fie reziliente.
So also I've told you that the organization should be resilient.
Hai să vedem. Înainte de COVID,
Before COVID,
cumva un studiu Gallup a spus că undeva la 2/3
well, a study said that about 2/3 of the employees
au semne de burnout, da?
reported burnout signs. Gabriela told us that burnout is not okay, and it affects us a lot, especially our brain. But now, during the pandemic,
Aprilie și
in April
aprilie,
and March,
cei de la SAP și Quality
those from SAP and Qualetics launched a study
este că undeva
which showed that about 67% of employees
au raportat un nivel mai mare de stres.
reported higher levels of stress. 57% reported higher levels of anxiety, and 53% were
Obosiți, să zic așa,
more tired emotionally.
sunt niște cifre destul de dificile, da? Și pe care trebuie să le adresăm noi.
These are quite large figures that we have to address as organization.
Ok. Da, Svetlana, acum ia să vedem dacă se vede mai ok. Bun, super, gata. Mulțumesc mult, Svetlana. Bun, ca să continui, despre tot ce înseamnă...
So, to continue about digital era. Well, we have been digital since 1920 about, and somehow since then, and because of the crisis, all of these digital eras that Jeremy Oyeng has presented, and I find them very interesting, that digitalization has developed with each crisis. So we moved from internet to social media age, and now we are in collaborative economy age. We have this Uber, Airbnb, and other such services. And the next eras are the autonomous world age, cars without drivers, and of course the well-being age. The well-being age is what we're interested in, obviously, and somehow it is the one that will enlarge in the next period, because focus will be placed on the individual, how to make the individual more healthy, more resistant to diseases, on preventing. We speak about genetics, genomics, smart medicine that are customized. They are specifically dedicated to an individual. The people with diabetes will not take the same medicine as patients without diabetes. So we will know ourselves better thanks to different gadgets and the developments on the market, and everything will be much more integrated than it is now. Jeremiah is also telling us about the modern well-being, where the body, the mind, the space and community, everything will be integrated by the technology and will be digital. Whether we speak about various fitness applications, artificial intelligence that will be integrated. telemedicine, where all the professionals, psychotherapists, physiotherapists, coaches will have a online meeting with you to have some courses, online courses with you. Maybe this can be transformed and eventually we'll have a robot speaking to you. The space will change a lot, they will be adapted, and you have seen already how this pandemic made us install various scanners at the entrance and the community side that is very important for us because we have isolated ourselves a lot and we will feel the need to resume our connections with people to create communities with common interests, especially in this area of well-being.
Bun. Ia să vedem. Partea de corporate well-being și acum
With regards to corporate well-being and how we see it,
ce pot să vă spun este că orice program de well-being
what I can tell you is that any well-being program, once or before launching it, it is very important
care sunt obiectivele companiei.
for us to know what are the objectives of the company. We are doing this with our customers. We try to identify the objectives, what they want, to know very well the population of our employees, and from there to start the development of the well-being program.
Creăm acest program de
So the first step is to create this well-being program and start implementing it. Afterwards, well, obviously here the big change
noastră de well-being s-au desfășurat la locul
intervenes. If previously all the well-being programs were implemented in the office, and since March everything was shifted online, and in order to make this change and to have a continuity in the well-being programs, we have developed a platform. So all of the activities were moved on that platform. So everything is now a webinar, conferences, all types of consultations, including one-to-one consultations. So everything is done via the computer and via this platform. It allows us to communicate with the employees, with the employer, and to offer a complete overview of the program. So we call it Digital Wellbeing Platform, and it is being continuously developed like any digital environment. This platform offers the following benefits. You can reach to the employee wherever he or she is. During all these years when we implemented programs, one of the factors that never was addressed 100% was in the organization that used to have agencies throughout the countries. So they wanted to offer the same to all the agencies. So they have not managed with the benefits. Of course, with the well-being program, they did not manage it. Though important resources were dedicated, they still had differences if we are to compare the headquarters with the secondary offices. So now, having this digital well-being platform, it is much easier to achieve this. Obviously, there are multiple benefits. So we address the employee in a holistical way. We give them various instruments and we educate them so that they can change their behavior. That's our target. And what helps us as an organization to have fewer days of sick leave. Of course, the employees will be much more involved because they feel that the organization focuses on them, and a higher productivity. So that's the process that we see, and obviously we will recreate this program. It's a constant cycle that we have to adjust always. We have adjusted now, we created this platform, And in the future, we will see about this hybrid working style, because most probably that will be the working model in the future. So we have to adjust our program.
Există multiple beneficii pe care
As I was saying, there are multiple benefits from such a platform and from the digital approach. As well, I was telling you that whatever the employee would be, yeah, at whatever level he would be, he may access this platform. Of course, every employee, in relation to the learning aspects, can also follow their own path. So they are not obliged to go to a specific hour so as to get this material. Also, they can learn the program based on their own speed and pace. As well, the department that is dealing with this within this company, the DHR manager, also can have a better overview of the program, because it's based on the statistics report that is going to help so as to adjust it during the program together with us. And of course, we also have the part of signification, engagement, and all of this is allowing us to have those communities that we will need, as I was telling you. And over here we have a part of the platform. We have started with a part that is dedicated to the managers and the specialists of human resources, because everything starts from here. And this is a part dedicated only to them. Besides, that is dedicated to the employees. Also, this is the part wherever they can view absolutely everything that is in the portfolio and the programs that we are creating for them. As well as I was telling you, we have some turnkey programs that are, for instance, focused on well-being or prevention, or, for instance, whenever we can integrate more pillars as the program stay healthy, as well as a longer-term period of time programs. For instance, programs for 12 months. Of course, on the other side, we have personalized programs, tailor-made programs, whatever very easily we can have like a mix, or whatever they can mix, whatever it seems more appropriate for them. And that, with our help, we can create a program that is over justice to the population. Maybe there are some persons working at the office, others are working in the plant, and thus we would be able, or this modality of integrating, or maybe challenges or webinars or anything else that we can send to our employees. Also, in all our programs, we try our best so as to focus on all the pillars that we have. And actually, how this is helping the specialists. First of all, the evaluation path that we have already, and also we are going to develop the area of assessments, the area of different questionnaires that they can apply within the organization, and which is going to help them better, the employees, and also would help them to create more customized program for their own needs. As well, there would be an area of education, because since the very beginning of our activity, we tried our best so as to educate our clients, so as to provide some resources and consultancy and information, so as to do it better for their organization, so as for them to learn how to do it and what are the modalities that already have been tested on the market. And also, having this know-how, it was very easy for us to transfer this through this well-being academy that we are going to create for the specialists. And also, we'd like to provide you some examples, and let me tell you why we are giving this. Well, among the most successful programs that we have is the program Stay Healthy. That is a campaign that has been carried out already since the very beginning of March, and in which we have developed a lot of materials with together with specialists, nutritionists, coaches, and all of them have helped us to create are super videos or workshop videos that have been already registered and recorded. Some breaks, very short breaks that we have recorded, like some gym breaks or some sport breaks. Different articles as well, including recipes. Why not? As well, over here we had those short-term events based on the Family Wellness Week and Wellness Week that have been focused on the parents. During 1 week, we tried our best to concentrate and to come up with speakers who are going to talk about different topics related to our well-being and wellness, how to cope better with emotions and the fears that we have, how to have a better mental health and a balance in our life. So these will be the programs that have a super huge success in this kind of period of time. And with this occasion, I would like to tell you that we have actually developed these programs for those who participated in this conference. And I will invite you now to a game because I'm a big fan of the challenges. So as to challenge people, I love to challenge people. And now, in relation to the surprise for you, before this surprise, let me tell you first that what else is important in everything that we do and how we do it with our clients would be the part related to communication and support that they are providing. All the time, we tried our best to be a team with the HR management manager, and we always tried to provide to them a possibility to communicate better with their employees and to provide to them support in everything they do and to work hand in hand with them and also to take over some of their tasks. So whenever they were presenting to the CEO and to the entire management, whatever they did for them have a very solid foundation and also to see the results and also to see that value of investments. As we are usually saying, not only figures, but also figures that are coming from the well-being of the employee and from the happiness of the employee. And now, not to take much of your time, I was talking about the surprise. So this would be a quiz on our platform, and I'm going to leave to you a QR code so as to participate and register. Of course, those who would have access to the newsletter from AmCham would actually receive this information as well as my presentation. So I'm talking about the 3 awards that we have. One is One Wellness Week, another one Family Wellness Week, and the other one Well Break Program. The steps are very simple. You're getting registered on the platform and afterwards go to the quizzes. And in the quizzes, you are going to answer 10 questions related to the well-being area. We are going to test your knowledge. And the first three, you are going to answer these questions correctly and during the time frame provided for this until the 4th of December, you will be able actually to fill it in, just one representative per company, and you will be able to get this award. In conclusion, I can say that we cannot ignore anymore the fact that well-being is on our list of priorities. Even and Clara was saying that always there are some other things that are priority. Nevertheless, now it's very clear the fact that it's very important for us to focus on our health, to be well from the physical point of view, to be well from the mental point of view, and also to focus on this in all the activities that we do at job or at home. Thank you very much for your attention. Monica, thank you so much for the novelties that you have talked about and for the awards that you have provided for potential winners. Now, indeed, I see that My colleague, the specialist expert in health and well-being, since March until now is the most demanded, the most dedicated, the most available 24 hours out of 24, 7 days per week. And she is the one, sometimes she is a psychologist, she is a doctor, she is a nutritionist, also she is a coach in different areas of relationship. So indeed, this is our job as a team of human resources. And I was curious if you are present in the Republic of Moldova with this kind of programs. If you do have some experiences in the Republic of Moldova, or is just a potential good launch for you in this conference. Yes, indeed, your conference is a potential, is a very good opportunity for us. We have had launched some webinars with the people from Germany. So already have broken the ice, let's say. And it goes without saying that right now it's rather easier for us to provide our services, including to the people from Moldova and any other country that is open and would like to collaborate and to come up with a good partnership in order to develop good programs for their employees. Thank you very much, Monica. Thank you to all the members of the panel from the very last panel of today and the last panel of the conference. There is a moment whenever we, the organizers, already have some emotions in this environment, challenging environment, and we are so glad that we have succeeded, that we are coming to an end of this 2 days conference, annual conference, for managing the organizations during these times of continuous changes. And I would like to come up now with an overview of the topics that we have heard and the insights that we go back to our jobs, go back to our teams that we have had on our agenda so as to go further. Yesterday, we have the honor and the pleasure to have here with us in the panel of leadership the directors from such companies like Purcari Wineries, Philip Morris, who have shared with us how important it is for their top management team to be the promoters, to be the leaders who would show the path of this role models during these periods of change, and not only. As well, what is the role of the partnership and how critical is the partnership between the human resources and the management team, and how important it is to focus on the results of the activity of the leadership. Afterwards, we had a panel wherever we had Elena from AmCham Moldova, as well, or Elena from Deloitte in Train, Nicola from Serbia, and Nevenka from Slovenia, IBM, who have shared with us how it was to get adjusted with our practices to this new normality. Afterwards, we have more time to hear an exceptional speaker, and namely the promoter of different innovations in HR trends in the entire world in the school of Del Dubrich, and I'm talking about Alan Freed. And afterwards, Aida Fazilova has talked about combining technology and fitting technology in our processes. And we were talking namely about the recruiting process, combining technologies and artificial intelligence. Today, we have focused on reviewing the concept of performance, of managing the performance of the teams at the level of distance channels, online channels. We have focused as well on individual performance of the employees, as well as balancing all of this with the objectives of the company performance of the businesses that we are responsible for. Also, we have tackled a very important topic, and we have also talked about the new research areas, about neuroscience, about the individual aspects in relation to the individual psychological peculiarities of our employees. And afterwards, we have taken some notes on how to improve our agenda of inclusion and diversity in relation to the representation of all the colleagues, all the citizens, potential candidates in our campaign. And we have concluded again with the care for the employees, with very good programs, with the implementation into practice. And namely that we have to care about our employees by providing solutions for improving their health well-being and their general psychological, emotional well-being during this period of times, especially in this period of time, so as to have the possibility to continue to carry out our business strategies in the next period of time, which is not yet foreseen as to bring some changes as compared to the last 8 months. We will continue, as I said earlier, to explore all of the subjects and topics in smaller groups in our community, in our business community through AmCham, in our teams at the job. We encourage you to create success stories. We still have so many opportunities today because, yes, indeed, the pandemic has brought to us some changes that we didn't think about, that we didn't plan. But these changes for us are new opportunities as well. And I would wish for the next year International Conference on Human Resources from AmCham to be rich in experience, in success stories of our businesses from the Republic of Moldova. So to align our practices to the international ones, to enjoy all of us, and to also hug each other, all of us, in a very big hall with all the speakers, with all the listeners, with all the participants together of this subsequent event. Thank you very much for your participation. We wish you a lot of success, health, resilience, tolerance, empathy, care, and love.